We're going to call this meeting to order. It is 12:01. It is February 11, 2020, and this is our board discussion. We also, in this discussion session, we have several items that Dr. Moore needs that are time sensitive that he will be presenting to the board. So we will make sure that we have enough time that he can present those items today. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Moore, and he is going to review the recommendations for instructional materials for 2019 and 20. Dr. Moore, you are recognized.
Thank you, through the chair. Our first item that we'll be discussing is the instructional materials adoption for the 2019-2020 adoption, and Ms. Dan Pierre will lead this conversation. Ms. Dan Pierre.
Good afternoon, board members and community members that are watching. Back on September 24th, we provided a timeline and we reviewed the process of this year's instructional materials adoption process. And so the follow-up was that once the committee made a recommendation, we would bring it back via a PowerPoint. So today, we're going to provide a presentation overview of the committee's recommendation for the instructional materials adoption. The objective is for us to provide a timeline and the process up to this point, because we still have a couple of more months left in the process, and to provide an overview of the committee's recommendation and the estimated budget for the adoption. This year's adoption areas, subject areas, are computer science K through 12, world language, French, Spanish 9 through 12, and CTE 9 through 12. And we really, with the committee's recommendation, we're only purchasing instructional materials for automotive and culinary arts for the CTE. Timeline and process up to this point leads us, we actually formed the committee back in August of 2019. We had a publisher come and do a presentation. We had an extravaganza, and that was open to the district and public back in October. From October to December, school sites reviewed the materials and evaluated the materials. And then on December 2019, the committee came back together, analyzed, looked at the rubric, and we reviewed the school feedback. And then the recommendation was what we have today. And so at this point, February 2020 is the presentation as well as the hearing, which will be coming February 25th. The recommendations consisted of the textbook adoption committee coming together. It was based on teacher input and we surveyed the teachers to see whether or not they wanted the bundle, which consists of hard text and digital, or just digital, which would they prefer? And that was the feedback we got for the recommendations, which are as follows. For the areas, world languages, French and Spanish, the recommendation is a class set, which of course is class set is 25 books, and an additional set for 10 that are available for checkout. The team recommended that there be the online component for that. Computer science K through 8 was the digital only, and computer science 9 through 12, that was the online component of the textbook. And then CTE, they recommended the class set and the online, which is the bundle for automotive, and then CTE culinary, they only wanted the digital component, which we also included professional development because we want to make sure that we provide training and resources as well as looking at curriculum maps, looking at additional professional development for the team of teachers that will be impacted by the adoption, which gives us a grand total of $503,646. Are there any questions?
Yes. In order to be transparent, how is the public notified to give input and review the materials?
The public, we put it on our website. That is posted. We also had in the foyer, we had materials on display. Many of you saw that we had to have it on display for 20 days. As well, it was the online versions. We had it on the computer as well as at the school sites. And the public hearing is tonight.
Okay, public hearings tonight. So has that been well advertised that people can give their input, review materials?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we did everything via the website as well as school messenger went out. So,
Okay, I know there's always a concern that public doesn't know enough about whether or not they can give input on instructional materials. And not being an expert in everything, I would hope that somebody that is an expert would weigh in and give me some information that I might need to know as a board member. So I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of the fact that they can look at these materials and then give input.
yes, and we did have the timeline. We had everything on the website for access for the public. And we actually had it on the main page as well, not just up on the curriculum and
Okay,
instruction.
was there a link for a survey or anything like that?
Yes.
So we can get input?
Yes, yes, all of that was embedded.
That's what I
in
saw
it.
when I went out.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay. Dr. Schiff.
Also, just in the interests of transparency, I want to let people know that, well, A, agree with Mrs. Berenborg, not an expert in everything, so appreciate the input from those who are. But I also want to make clear that Dr. Moore has started a new practice with board members, where we come together with the team to review all of the information that is coming to board discussions and superintendent workshops in advance of them coming here. So what looks like we don't have questions is actually a reflection of being well-prepared. And I want to make sure that, again, in the interest of transparency, that that's clear. When we're not asking questions, it's because we've already heard this information, we've already had an opportunity to ask and get all our questions answered in a way that's satisfactory, not that we're not paying attention or don't have a series of questions. And I just want to make sure that's clear in the space.
Okay. I believe it was in 2013, whenever I was a parent and I was advocating for us to look closer at vetting the Common Core state standards. I had become very active on Governor Scott's Education Committee. And at that time, what I want to stress to the public is during that time, the state had implemented where the districts have to have offer community members, parents, teachers, anyone that wants to sit on that adoption process with the school district. It is an open process. It's not something that we just bring down from the district and we implement. Here in the state of Florida, I want to say we're probably ahead of the curve on this, that we actually have a really nice input from the entire community. And it's just really up to the community to get involved in this, because I know Mrs. Dampier and Kristen had put it out there. And so I just think as we go on, you know, it's not very often that we have the adoption process, but every year, perhaps with the next year coming up,
ELA.
that our community members, if they want to be a part of that process, just give us a call and we'll put you on that to call list and we'll get you involved in the process. So I do want to say that here in Indian River County, we have a very open process. Anyone's invited to participate in this, and unfortunately, we don't have the participation that we would like to see, but that is a common question that I am asked. How, you know, who selects your materials? And the community selects our materials, basically, if they want to help
Yes.
us.
Yes.
Yeah, to clarify, I'm not clear that it's the community who selects our materials. It's the expertise in a particular area that presents the materials to community for review, and then there's ongoing discussion about what's most appropriate for the district. Do I have that right?
You have that right, but the community has the ability to come to every meeting that we
Yes.
have. They have the ability to put
Give
in.
feedback. They can participate and give feedback. We also place the material at the school district, at the schools as well. But we also have it on display here that they can give feedback. That's what is on display here in that foyer, that community members can come. It's open to the public. They can look at it if they don't have a computer. Also, we have it online that they can give feedback as well. So in many avenues that you can give feedback.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, there's a
Right.
distinction between giving feedback and actual authority selecting the materials in the end, that it's a collaborative
is,
process,
yes.
but in the end, who selects the materials are the people charged in the
Yes.
district with so
Yes.
doing, with advice and reflection from the community.
Yes.
But there's a balance on that board, so
Through
on
the
that
chair,
committee. Go ahead.
This is the third year in which the state requires us to hold a public meeting for the community to come in and receive feedback. Prior to that, items would come for the board to be approved regarding textbook adoption, and that new requirement came into play in order to ensure community had the opportunity in a public forum, a specifically noticed meeting, to speak through the adoption process regarding the content and curriculum that their children would be exposed to. So I think that's what you're referring to. This is the third year of implementation in which we're required to have that public hearing specifically to address the adoption process.
So I think we're saying the same
Yes.
thing in a different
We
way.
are. I just want to
Right.
clarify
Okay. Okay.
who actually determines the materials, but how that's a
Right.
collaborative process with the community.
Right.
But we are not all experts in all areas.
absolutely
We may have
not.
opinions, but we all are not all experts, nor charged with the authority within the district to make those final decisions.
And we also post, we're required to post all of our instructional materials for the entire district on our website. That's posted all year long, as well as available at the school sites. If you wanted to go to the media center, we have the online versions there, as well as hard copies at each school.
If there was somebody that opposed something that was being presented by the committee, how would board members know that? And how would the community know that?
That is via the timeline that we have. We could have it says public hearing, and then there's a 30 calendar day contest period, which starts on February 26th to March 26th. And then they would email, bring it forward, and then we would have a notice to petitioners, which the deadline is March 26th, where we would have feedback, but we haven't had that.
Okay.
That's
but-
why, in advance, we have to vote on those who would be part of the hearing officers. We select that back in September. We did that, so we already have attorneys that are part of that process, that if that occurred, we'd call them in, and then we'd go through that process.
But board members would be notified? of
Yes,
that?
it's
Okay.
all, of course.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
part of
not
the-
saying that that's coming up this
Right.
cycle, but
Yeah.
it's a possibility in
Yes,
the future.
it might.
Okay,
But we
thank
have
you.
it outlined on our timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Rosario?
Hi, thank
Hi.
you. So just out of curiosity, have we had much feedback from the public, those who are not on the committee? Do we keep track of that?
Dr. Lord?
So we would keep track of that, and we have had minimal feedback. We were able to have the textbook adoption pieces out here for them to preview. The nice thing is that it happened during one of the town halls, so when we are
Yes, yeah.
filled to the brim with community members, we were able to also showcase some of our choices. But even with that, we did not get any feedback. So
Okay.
no, there's very little feedback
Very little.
coming from.
Mrs. Barrenborg?
Yeah, can you reiterate why only the 2 areas in CTE were chosen? Because I have been asked about that.
Yeah, so,
Oh, hold on one second. You'll have to come to the mic
We'll
or they
have-
won't hear you.
Come on up.
Your name?
Jason Keeler, Director of CTE. The only 2 courses that were on the state list for adoption this year that we currently teach in the district were Culinary 1 and Automotive, leading to that being the only 2 that we adopted. So there was a larger list from the state, but we don't teach all of the other courses that were on that list.
And just so you know, the adoption is much earlier this year. If you remember the timeline, the governor, last year, there was a change in the adoption process. That's why we brought gap material for 2 years for ELA and math. Normally we adopt materials every 5 years. So even CTE, this is their 4th year, it would have been coming up next year. So they're still utilizing those materials for another year or so, and we do have additional monies if they needed to purchase for next year.
Okay, so did you take into account any of the new CTE courses and things like that? Were they on the list?
We looked to make sure that they were not on the list for this adoption, so.
Okay, I
and-
just want to
and
make sure, because that's
Yep.
public
Right. We
knowledge
did
that.
In
people know.
startup monies, they would be able to have the materials that they need.
Okay, for example, welding.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just to reiterate, February 25th, we have our public hearing on the adoption.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And then the board does take final,
Yes, there's a
No.
30-day contest period, which again, we would have to reassemble the hearing officers if there was a, if there was a parent or enrolled student or resident that really had a petition to
Right.
file against the adoption process, and then we do a notice to the petitioner, and then we bring it back and have a meeting for the hearing officer, and then we bring it to the school board. And all of this takes place on May 13th as far as bringing it back to the school board.
All right, perfect.
So it's
All
a-
right. Is
it's a
that
long
it, Dr.
process.
Moore?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask the board for permission on this. The items placed on the agenda by the superintendent, can we allow him the time to run through those? And then the time we have left, we'll go through our items that we have, because some of his items are very time sensitive. That's why they're on here. So I want to make sure that we have plenty of time. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Moore,
All right.
for your items.
Through the chair, and this is just an opportunity to enhance or have additional conversation regarding some items that are upcoming. The items that I'm presenting today are the update on the African American Achievement Plan, the instructional calendar, which is going to come for approval at our next school board meeting, the out-of-field report, which is coming for approval this afternoon, and then two other items that Mr. Fagan will update. I will be brief and to the point, but I just wanted the opportunity to provide an update regarding the items that are on this agenda. The African American Achievement Plan, as you know, has been a body of work that I have been deeply involved in since January 6th. It was the first item to tackle. Have done some very, very important work in pulling together the district in order to identify a priority that has been established by this board, that we design a plan that will be implemented in order to address equity in this particular district. As a result of the desegregation or the joint plan that is in place, I've had the opportunity to work with staff to evaluate our current, well, it's not current, the African American Achievement Plan that should have been approved at the beginning of the school year. We were in process of developing that plan. I wanted to ensure that the plan that comes before you next board meeting is the community's plan. It is a plan that is endorsed and celebrated by all. And it was a plan that will ultimately begin us along the path to do the work that ultimately needs to be done. I had the opportunity to meet with every member of the joint committee on two separate occasions. One was an introduction to the plan, a perusal of the plan, the description of the theory of action behind the plan, allowing them a week to disaggregate, understand, process the plan, and then meet again a second time to receive their input. Did that with every member. And each and every single time, through that dialogue and through those conversations, the plan was enhanced. It became a better plan as a result of the dialogue and conversations that we had. Also met with the president of the NAACP to peruse the plan. He asked for me to work with Dr. Warrior, correct? And I had a lengthy conversation with her last week, a very insightful conversation. I enjoyed the dialogue and conversation, and we will circle back again next week after she's had additional time to process the information that is in the plan that was been updated since the initial conversation that we've had. Presented the plan, the feedback, included all of the information that was submitted by the teams to the joint committee last Wednesday. The feedback was received when it was in the public forum, very, very encouraging, which allowed me a level of comfort to bring the plan forward to you. There are still opportunities to update the plan. My goal is to bring the plan for approval at our next board meeting, posting it. It is on a website that is available to us. There are some significant enhancements to the plan. It is very intentional in terms of the implementation. There's a high level of accountability for district administrators, a high level of accountability for school principals. Principals will be required to submit information on a monthly basis regarding implementation. Principals will be required to establish an African-American counsel in the secondary schools in order to progress monitor the implementation. District staff will meet with me on a monthly basis regarding the criteria and the data that needs to be moving. It is a plan that is going to be modified and fluid as we move through the school year. It is a plan that is going to take us to a significant place of improvement. The plan will come for approval in the end of this month, and then over the summer, I'm making a recommendation that we as a committee sit with the joint committee and staff. We spend almost like a 2-day conference disaggregating the implementation of the plan, disaggregating our outcomes data from the previous school year, and really hash or break it apart and then rebuild it before we bring a new plan for approval. So that is a update on the plan. I know I've had the opportunity to present the draft copy of the plan, and any feedback that you may have, I am more than open to either hearing now or through our meetings in the coming week, really to ensure that this plan reflects the expectation that you have set, an expectation that I embrace, and ready to get this plan approved and meet with principals and get it in action. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mrs. Rosario?
Dr. Moore, can you please speak to the goals, the overall goals of reaching the goals that are set here?
Through the chair, absolutely. When we looked at the goals in each of the particular areas, they are ambitious goals. They are goals that have been set in order to address the problem. So some of the things that we did is look at sets of data both at the district level as well as the state level. Coming in, my opportunity really to improve and connect with the community was to build momentum. These were goals that were established in conversation and dialogue prior to my arrival, and I think we needed to honor that. And to be very honest, they are big goals. But why not? Because it's a big problem. So I'm satisfied with the goals that are there. They are ambitious goals. It's going to require a great deal of work to be very transparent and open. I know there's reactionary change, which is a one-time, one-year opportunity. I expect in the short time that we have left in this year, in terms of the expectation set by this board, we will see some reactionary change, putting practice to work, following up on that work. We're going to see some drastic improvements, and I think the work and the learning that we do over the summer with the joint committee, based on just not numbers, but based on actions, based on implementation, will get us a plan that is one of the best plans that can be used as a national model on how to address equity in a district. Not this plan, but the plan that we're going to create based on the reflection of implementation. And that will be coming this summer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, just to
That
follow
sounded
up.
like a commercial coming this summer.
Madam Chair, may
Go
I
ahead.
just to follow up? Dr. Moore, this plan that we have in front of us with the action steps is very comprehensive, very detailed. It took a long time to really read through it. But I have to say that, with the high goals, I see a correlation and I see a benefit to that, to those goals, because we can simultaneously reach the other goals that we have set in a district strategic plan. And so for that purpose, I'm hopeful to see the growth and to see the potential that the district will be able to reach, not just with the African-American community of students that we have, but also with all of our students. With that, the part of the plan that intrigues me, not just for the students, but that intrigues me as well, is the column for responsible staff and department. And I say that because in the past, what I've realized is plans that have been put together that have been board plans or district-created plans, I suppose, really go nowhere unless you have people who are accountable to implement them. And I think that's really where this district got caught up in the past, prior to this board, is that there may have been a plan, but who was monitoring it? Who was implementing them? You know, who was making sure that they were set in motion so that we can see the growth at the end of, you know, see the light at the end of the tunnel, essentially. And I'm not sure that that was done with fidelity in the past. Obviously, I'm going to go on a limb and say it wasn't, and that's why we're here now. But now we're in a place where we can see who's held responsible, who's held accountable, who's held on a daily basis and on a monthly basis to report for each one of these action steps. And I appreciate that, because in our conversations, you said that these are going to be, in part, some of the evaluative items for district-level staff and for principals. And I appreciate that, because we're going to start to see them lived out on a daily basis with that mindset. And that's important, because this isn't just a board plan. This isn't a superintendent plan. This should be an entire district plan. And under your leadership, sir, I now see that coming full circle. I now see the beginnings of everyone taking a part of, I got the goosebumps, everyone taking a part of reaching the high goals, reaching, you know, the highest level that we can reach in ensuring that all children have the ability to learn, and so that we can close this achievement gap that is just so wide. So I'm excited for that, sir, and I thank you for your work in it in such a short period of time, and for all of the district leaders who have come together to help this plan. I also want to publicly thank the Equity Committee and the work that the community has done in providing the data and providing some of their feedback too for it. So thank you for that.
Thank
Thank
you. Dr. Schiff and then Mrs. Barrenborg.
Yeah, without belaboring some of Mrs. Rosario's points, the path that this has followed since it was first introduced in August to now is somewhat exponential. The difference between what we were presented in August and what we're being presented with now, it's an understatement to say it's a considerable improvement. So I appreciate that. I'll go over, not in this moment, specific issues on the report, because we don't need to belabor those. But there are a couple of overarching things that before you and I meet, I think could start to get addressed.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and so some are a question, some is a statement.
Okay.
The question is, we are in the process of reviewing this and revising the strategic plan. There's surveys out to the community. I know you're at work at that. I know you're creating some structures in the district for that. That strategic plan may not, the timeline of revising the strategic plan may not be consistent with the timeline for this report, but there's aligned with there's spaces in here for this to be aligned with the strategic plan, and I'm not sure exactly how those things are going to come together. Can you speak to that a bit?
Through the chair. Absolutely. The intention there is to ensure, as we are in the process, as you mentioned, of establishing a new strategic plan, that we don't take our eyes off this important work. So the box that is identified there is a linking opportunity to ensure that the action steps that are being implemented each year are captured within the strategic plan. When the strategic plan comes before you, it will be a layered approach, meaning that we have a 5-year overarching plan, but then ultimately we establish the priorities and the action that will take place each year in order to bring us to where we want to go in 5 years. And that is where we are going to be linking the work that we're doing next year within the strategic plan will be linked to this important work. So if you're thinking in terms of overarching a 5-year plan, obviously because it's a 5-year plan, there are very generic steps overarching, 30,000-foot level action steps. I want to link the annual action steps in the strategic plan to the annual implementation steps in the African American Achievement Plan. And being part of a leadership team in a large district, you have to be able to have one driving force and the ability to scaffold out the work and align that particular work in order to move the needle. So looking at a number of different plans is an opportunity to begin to silo work. In a district this small, the silos will almost bring us to a complete halt. And I think in some cases, that is what has happened. So this is just an opportunity for us to be extremely strategic, annual goals, and then tasking out the work over the course of that year to ensure that we are moving in terms of the implementation of our strategic plan, which fully supports the African American Achievement Plan.
Can I keep going? So to synthesize, when we approve this strategic plan, it may not yet be clear exactly which strategic goals it links to because those are in process, and that's an iterative process that will continue to update as each. I 100% agree with you that there needs to be an overarching context, and that's the strategic plan, and that everything we do needs to be linked to that. As things are in flux, and as we are creating those different reports and plans to link to that, what I just want to be clear about is we may not have the exact strategic plan goal at the moment that some of these link to because we haven't rewritten the strategic plan yet, but that will continue to be updated over time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to keep going. I've got a few things. I'll be as succinct as possible.
Okay.
There continues to be, to Mrs. Rosario's point, also want to acknowledge I appreciate not only are people put in here who are responsible, but a timeline is here. So there is an expectation, for example, that if it says on action, I'm random, 1.16, the implementation timeline is August 1st, I assume 2020 to July 1st, 2021, that by July 1st, 2021, this is complete, and there will be an item that says it's complete. So I appreciate the timeline. Two things that need to be updated that probably work could start before you and I go in with my fine-tooth comb
Okay.
over this.
No.
There continues to be the problem between the understanding of percent and percentage points. I know we've talked about that. It's still reflected in the district, so if somebody could take some attention to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes.
Secondly, there are a number of items here where the item is almost stated as if it were in a vacuum from other things. So, for example, when we say, again, I'm going to randomly, number and percent of African-American students receiving office discipline referrals, number and percent of African-American students receiving OSS and IS, out-of-school suspension and in-school suspension. When speaking to the discipline gap, those things are only relevant if we put them in context to what they're being compared to. That on its own doesn't actually tell us what we need to know. What we need to know is the trajectory that African-American students are either being referred to ODR or ISS or OSS in comparison to both their percentage in the population and to their white peers. If we don't do that, it's a random number that doesn't actually tell us or create the possibility of analysis that says, are we actually getting where we want to go? I know that that's behind the words here, but whether or not that needs to be explicit here is something that I'll be bringing forward to speak to you about.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
but-
agree. I agree.
Yeah, because we're missing that in a number of places. There's a few things that if we don't, we can't address the gap in either achievement or suspension or referral or any of those things unless we look at all students and in comparison to all students. Next, right, there are some items in here that speak as if they refer only to African American students, and I would argue that they don't. And I'll just give you an example, and again, I'm raising this now so that it's stuff that people can start going back to look at, but I'll, course, I can't find it right now because I didn't have that page open. But there are a few things that say, for example, that the academic work needs to be done in a way, specific to how African-American students can learn. I'm not saying this properly.
I know.
It's here. There are several areas where I'd argue it's not just about African-American students. It's how do we integrate the work with all students. So for example, we shouldn't just be teaching African-American history for a month because it's relevant to African-American students, right? It needs to be fully integrated through the curriculum with the understanding that it's not only African-American students who benefit, it's also white students and Hispanic students. And so there are a few places in here that imply that this is only relevant and specific to African-American students. And I'd like to see it be more comprehensive because it's not just about African-American students.
Through the chair, could not agree more. So we'll look at where that language may be. There are some requirements in terms of the school improvement plan where we're looking at their data or their subgroup, which is the ESSA requirement. That may be a particular place. We need to, as quickly as possible, move us to a instructional environment where we're addressing the defined deficiency or the academic gap, regardless of tier of student. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, when they're not, and then remediate those specific defined skills as quickly and as fluidly as possible. And I think that is another major improvement, opportunity for improvement. When you begin to silo down to just ethnicity, you begin to, in some cases, look past students who are struggling. So we need to ensure in the instructional world that we are so fluid, that we are defining the impact of our instruction as quickly as possible, then shifting or modifying that instruction to move us forward. So,
Yeah, we'll be at our next, and then I'll be done. This is my last comment.
Okay.
At our next board meeting, we'll be having the public hearing and reviewing the school board racial equity plan. And within that, one of the things it says is that we look at everything we do through a racial equity lens. The more we integrate, and as you say, stop isolating, but understand that all students benefit from attention to, all students benefit because we don't silo these issues. We don't specifically speak to one group. All groups benefit when we have greater diversity in the classroom, when we have materials that reflect the histories of all students, when we have teachers of all colors teaching all students. And so when we bring that policy forward, it will be a reflection of board policy. But this report also needs to reflect that we will be looking through that lens in everything we do.
through the chair, I'm going to nerd out with you for a second.
Works for me.
I am so excited to, and I referenced it in Board Member Rosario's comments, the next plan, which I think will 100% comply with the equity policy. It's, for me, let's get to work and let's learn through it. Let's have the difficult conversations that members of our community have been begging to have with us for years. And I think that those conversations and that dialogue is going to bring us to a better place and a better understanding regarding the equity work that we really need to be doing. And when I began this work on January 6th, in my mind, that it was, let's have that equity plan in place. And then as you learn my new community, I'm like, all right, let's just get, the first step is to get to work. And this plan will allow us to do it, but it's very, very encouraging to hear those words, because I completely agree.
Yeah,
Completely.
and I'm going to be, nerding out right alongside you, because I'm all about getting this right, so thank you.
Mrs. Barrenborg?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with your comments, and thank you for saying that. Thank you for tying the plan to strategic goals. I know you're working towards, these things are in draft form, and I'm excited that we're going to see those attached to each other, and also to evaluations. I think that's the big key here, is that you're tying it to someone's evaluation, so you're making sure that that gets done, and you're following through as a leader. I appreciate that. And also, I'd like to see it as far as our strategic goals, and every time we vote on something for financial reasons, I want to see that linked to both plans, to your strategic goal and then again to this plan. So where is it in this plan that we're spending money to help? And are we doing it correctly? So I want to make sure that it's all aligned. And I know we've had that conversation, so I know that's going to happen, I predict. You mentioned the plan's transparency, and I know it's in draft form, and board members have proxy to that, but I don't see it attached to our minutes in our
Right.
meeting. So where would somebody from the public be able to see that?
You mean on the agenda?
On the agenda, sorry,
Yeah.
thank you.
Through the chair, it'll be posted, if it's not already posted, on the website.
Would that be on the transparency
On the
page?
equity,
Okay,
on the equity page, we have a specific
Right.
page that I reviewed with the African American Achievement Committee. Want to get it to a point before it goes, attached to an item. Receive your feedback. So it is posted for all to see, or will be. I'm not 100% sure that it's up there. I don't want to say that it is if it's not. But it goes Tuesday. It'll be posted with the link. The draft will still be there. As I told the joint committee, want to have the opportunity to receive your feedback, and then we would do what I would call freeze the document until it's approved. And then soon as it's approved, then it becomes, once again, a fluid, open document. So once we post it next Tuesday, it will have all of the information that you have included, updated, froze until approved, and then after that, as we begin to work, you'll see shifts and fluid changes that I'll be able to give voice to the second board meeting of every month regarding the update of the implementation of this particular plan.
okay, thank you. I noticed on, on our transparency page, would be a great place also to have a link.
May I just make a
What?
comment to that? I just wanted to make a comment to what Mrs. Barrenborg just said.
Yeah, I wasn't done yet.
It's regarding the posting of it.
Okay. And I appreciate the fact that we have a transparency page. Thank you for that. So I just want to make sure that maybe we start not just putting things in one place, but linking them. Because if I was Joe Public, and when I was running for office and looking for information, I knew I had to kind of look for it hard and then still couldn't find it. So the more we can have those links, the better.
Through the chair, maybe off topic, but over the next several months, all of our manuals, all of our procedures are going online. We are significantly behind the times regarding the uploading of our procedures and manuals on our district webpage. So that is work that is in process. In some cases, retyping and developing and establishing manuals so they can be available to everybody and their brother to see online.
Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Justice?
Yes, I just wanted to make a point to agree with Mrs. Barrenborg regarding the document itself. Once board member had it in their hands and certain community members had it, I did have an expectation that it would be posted. I think it was wrong that it wasn't. I think it, in this case, hasn't caused any issues, but in the past, it may have lended itself to some type of secrecy about it or something like that. So I think, if board members have it, if it's a plan like that we're working on, I recognize it's draft, it should say draft all over it, but I do feel like the media and other people, if I have a document, it's public record, anyone can have it.
Thank you.
Okay, is that it? All right. I have a comment, and then we need to move on to 4 other, but, so I did have this conversation with Dr. Moore the other day, and one item that I know before I was on the board that I really was paying close attention to, and it was an issue at the time, and I don't know this exact percentage, but I believe about in 2015, the graduation rates for black males was around 53, 54%. And then there was a high level of, identified discipline for black males. What I had requested at the time from Dr. Moore was when we have our achievement plan, that is something that I really would like to see that is highlighted in our achievement plan versus being in the 50-page appendix, because we really need to pay not only to African American graduation rates, but we need to be able to see it male, female, because that is an area that was identified that is an area that we really need to pay attention to. So that is one area that I had requested for us to make sure that we show the data in our plan going forward. That is, Mrs. Rosario, do you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I had a follow-up to one of Dr. Schiff's comments quite a while before, earlier, and it had to do with, there was a comment that she mentioned about the African American Achievement Plan, and now I don't want to misquote you, it had to deal with the data and the information in the African American Achievement Plan versus having the information in here for all students. And I saw your eyebrows went up and you took notes, and I don't want to misquote Dr. Schiff. But I just wanted, to that point, just to clarify, this plan here, Dr. Moore, is specific to the court order and specific to African-American students in our district. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it is significantly more than that. So the court order speaks through 7 particular areas, and if we just address those 7 particular areas, it could become very, very, very narrow.
Right.
So in order to be comprehensive and really to move the needle, this takes us much further down the line, and it is more comprehensive, so yes.
Okay. So the plan that you were referring to that is forthcoming would be more, would address all students, not just African-American, not just the African-American Achievement Plan, correct?
I think I can.
Okay.
No, I would like Dr. Moore
Through the
to
chair.
speak.
We are, through the court order, required to have the
That's what I wanted to-
African American Achievement Plan.
Okay, that's what I wanted to.
I believe having a plan that is narrowly focused isn't in the best interest of all students and our African American students. In referencing the plan that will be, I believe it will be a more powerful or more effective plan because it's going to be based on implementation, based on our actions, based on what we have learned versus the first stab at actual plan. So we'll be more invested. The definement of action steps will be more specific because we will be clearer on the action that needs to be taken based on the reflection of what we have learned.
Thank you. I needed that just to publicly clarify that. I do see that the Hispanic community or the achievement gap even with our Hispanic students is quite large. And they are the largest growing population in our county. But those data are not included specifically in here. And so I agree with you and I support what is forthcoming. So I just needed for you to please clarify that publicly. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Schiff wanted to address that, what you had just said, and then we need to move on to the other 4 items because I would like to have Dr. Moore's items, us finish that up by 1:30 so we can jump into our items. So go ahead.
I want to clarify that I'm not, what I was asking for is not suggesting we need all data on all students at all time. But part of the joint plan are issues specific to, the gap. And you can't measure a gap by only looking at one element. You can only look at it in relation to the other. So if, for example, you are only looking at African American achievement, or let's say discipline, if you're only looking at discipline referrals and they're going down, if you don't look at that also in comparison to the rate at which discipline for white students is either maintaining the same, going down, or going up, you haven't addressed the gap. You've only addressed what's happening with an isolated population. So this is specific and relevant to the joint plan, even if because it inherently speaks to the comparison with what's happening with other students. If we only look at it for African-American students, we not only don't respond to the plan, but we don't address specific information that tells us if we're meeting it and that we need to know in order to improve what we're doing in the district. So what I'm speaking to is not all things for all students at all times. What I'm speaking to is that we can only understand what's happening with this population to the degree that we look at it in relation to the other. And I'm happy to have more of that conversation offline as well.
Okay. Dr. Moore, the item that was added under, inadvertently, I believe, under my talking points was equity update. That was actually one of your items, and this falls right in with that. Would you like to address that?
Through the chair, this presentation covers that.
Okay, perfect. All right. The next item we have is instructional calendar.
Through the chair, this is just to advise the board the instructional calendar will be coming for approval at our next board meeting. Just wanted quickly to walk through the process that was followed in the creation of this calendar. Every year, a school district develops a calendar following a days off or makeup days because of a hurricane. It is a complex process. So there was a committee established. The initial committees began meeting in October. There were about 9 separate meetings where they came together over the course of 2.5 months. The committee was made up of RCEA, CWA, parents, and support staff. So it was a comprehensive look from multiple organizations and stakeholders in the creation of the calendar. There's a number of requirements that need to be addressed and looked at as you establish or create the calendar. School can't begin before August 10th. It must be 180 days. There are a number of contractual requirements that we agreed to with our unions in regarding days off and professional leave days. So it is complex work that we need to do, certain number of minutes that we need to meet. We have put together a calendar that meets all of the state requirements, all of the labor relation contract issues, and accounts for emergency days if that need be the case. So you'll be seeing that item posted next Tuesday. The committee itself, very happy with the process that was followed. A number of meetings, as I said, great deal of dialogue and conversation around the development of this particular calendar. So looking forward to bringing a comprehensive calendar that has moved through a collegial process.
Dr. Moore, and I know we talked about this with the African American Achievement Plan just a few minutes ago, but every board member has the backup with draft on it, and it really does need to be posted here as an attachment, because we have individuals that's watching live right now, and they don't have the documents that we have. Even if we're talking about it, it says specifically draft. We need to make sure that if we have the information, they also need to have the information. And I think I would have the consensus of the board on that.
You absolutely do, and I have to say that even though I received that a couple of weeks ago, that has not been provided for me for this particular meeting, nor was I able to get it online.
Where's your book? Okay.
Yeah, the one, Dr. Moore, maybe if you could clarify, the one that I was presented with, that we were all presented with in the meeting a couple of weeks ago, what I'm looking at over Mrs. Zorich's shoulder, that looks different to me. Is that the same one? Because if that's different, I don't have it,
Through the
unless
chair.
I missed it somewhere.
Through the chair. It has been modified. I think the point of conversation is when this is a discussion, so obviously we want everyone in it to be posted, which is fine with me. So it's not an opportunity of excluding, it's an opportunity of advising the board regarding the process that was followed. But I hear you. I'll make sure everything is posted so everyone could ultimately see the item.
Mrs. Barrenborg and then Mrs. Justice.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, first of all, thank you to the committee, Dr. Sue. I attended several of the sessions to listen and offered to help in a way. There was a long conversation about Veterans Day, and I want to talk about that a little bit because I was part of the wishy-washiness about that because I strongly feel that we need to do what veterans want, and I will vote that way. So when I offered to call the Veterans Council because the committee said, oh, well, we've been told in the past they want Veterans Day off, then they don't want Veterans Day off. They want kids in class learning about Veterans Day. So I understand that. I made the call to the Veterans Council for them. The girl that was on the phone with me told me that she would relay the message to Martin Zickert, who is a Colonel retired USAF, Chairman Veterans Council of IRC. He did not get back to me, but she did and told me that they definitely wanted the day off. So I said, okay, great. I relayed that to Dr. Suit. She talked to the committee about it. They changed that in the calendar. Last week, I got a call from Mr. Ziggert, about 3 weeks after my phone call, maybe 4, and said that the committee had met and decided, no, they do want the day in class. And I respectfully told him it would have been nice to have that information when I called or got right back because I didn't know that they were going to wait that long to tell us the opposite of what I was told on the phone. So I wanted to let you know that I wasn't trying to mess up everybody. This is how the information was relayed to me. So I respectfully told him on the phone that it was a little late in the process now because we had gotten to this point, but I would relay the information and asked him to put it in writing, and I sent that to Dr. Moore. He realized too that it might be a little too late for that. However, Dr. Moore, would you let us know how we're going to help with maybe teaching kids about the importance of Veterans Day if we take that day off?
Through the chair. So leading up to that day, there'll be a number of activities, in-school presentations, workshops, very intentional regarding the teaching and understanding of the contribution veterans make and the impact that they have in terms of keeping us safe and secure. We will have on the actual day a number of parades and activities in the community, which we, as schools, we will participate in those activities.
Okay, and the reason why I bring that up is because if it's on a Monday or a Friday, people usually are happy that we take that day off. It's a 3-day weekend. But this happens to be a Wednesday. And so for that reason, people are worried about instructional time and things like that. So I just wanted to let you know that's why this has gone back and forth, board members, because the information originally conveyed to me was we want the day off, and now it's no, we don't. So I wanted just to let you know that's why this has gone back and forth.
Mrs. Justice, and then
So thank you very much, Sherry, for speaking to community members about that. You know, I think it's interesting as a school board member that you're able to connect with Marty and talk about that, and they had a committee meeting, and their meetings obviously conflict with ours in the way that they meet. So, but it was right to get the feedback, so I appreciate that. I don't know that I'll be able to support this instructional calendar, and I want to bring it up now to talk about it because it's something I've talked about, you know, for quite a few years. I question early release days. I question the validity of early release days. Now, in our elementary schools,
Early dismissal.
Early dismissal.
early dismissal, excuse me. In our elementary schools, they seem to have made the most of the decreased amount of time. However, they do actually have the students for the longest amount of time on those days, and they have done a lot of STEM activities, and I think it's wonderful that they've been able to alter instruction to be able to focus on STEM and science projects and project-based learning on those days in our elementary schools. I have stated before that in the middle schools and high schools, Dr. Moore, are you familiar with how long the class period is on an early dismissal day?
They're very brief because they
They're
hit
very
every
brief.
class every day.
Yes, and so I have, as a school board member, but also as a parent, I have some concerns about it. Now, I understand that that's part of the contract with our teachers union, the IRCEA. There is a gentleman, I was at FSBA, his name is Frank Brogan. He was involved in education in Florida for many years and now works under Secretary DeVos. And he shared that a lot of the issues that we have, that we are challenged by in education, While we can blame the federal government or the state government, really, a lot of the problems that we could solve happen here locally. And I would suggest that I really would like this district and this school board to look at the effectiveness of early release days. Is the professional development where it needs to be? Have we done surveys with our teachers to see if that professional development is worthwhile on those days? Are students getting what they need in the classroom? So that's my first concern with the instructional calendar. The second thing, Dr. Moore, is when we spoke at a different discussion session or workshop, you mentioned that in Miami-Dade, you do not give midterms. We had changed our instructional calendar to start the school year earlier so that we could give midterms before Christmas break. And as a parent, I was thankful for that, because if you're a mom or a dad or a guardian in your home trying to get your kids to study over Christmas for exams that they're coming back for, it's very difficult. And so I was happy to see that change, and I was able to be a part of that. When we look at this instructional calendar, tying ourselves to something like this, I recognize that we need to adopt something, but you have talked about dropping midterms. If you brought that up to us tonight as an action item and said that you felt that that was in the best interest of the students in Indian River County, you and your cabinet, your team, I would say, let's get rid of midterms. So, here again, we're adopting a calendar that's tying us to something that, is this what's best by kids? So we have a Veteran Day situation. We have, I don't know exactly, perhaps you can remind me when this has to be approved by, but I'd like to have the early release days, the early dismissal days may be a separate issue because we need to handle that through bargaining. But the midterms is something that we can affect, and we can affect it right now. So if that's a plan you intend on making in the future, you don't seem to let grass grow under your feet much. So, I mean, let's make the change if that's what's best by kids. Thank you.
Okay. Can I make, I'm gonna, whenever Dr. Moore had presented this to me, I did have a concern about the Veterans Day, because I have always been active with talking with our veterans and then Colonel Marty Zicker. And he specifically said that his group values having the students in the class on Veterans Day, because that is an opportunity that we can, as a district, what we could do is, and it's what they also said, is spend the entire day celebrating our veterans. I know at our middle schools, the bands come out, we give ceremonies to our veterans. I know Mr. Teskey has come out and spoke. And it's not just a day off for students, and it shouldn't be just a day off for students to just hang out and play video games, and parents have to, take a day off to just be there. It's really an opportunity for us to use it as an educational opportunity that we can celebrate our veterans, bring them into the schools, have them talk one-on-one with our students, and also look at lessons for the entire day. Here in Indian River County, we do not have a parade. What we do have is we have a fantastic celebration over at Memorial Island that begins at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I know that our band from Vero Beach High School comes over, and they do a beautiful presentation. But the fact that we could use it as an opportunity to really celebrate our veterans, I think we're missing that whenever we just send them home for the day and it just ends there. So that's my concern with this calendar. Dr. Moore, Kristen,
Could Dr. Moore respond to my comments? He didn't have an opportunity to respond to what I had said.
Through the chair, you are correct. Professional development days is something that was eliminated in Miami. Exam days eliminated. Kids learn when they're being taught. And both those items which you mentioned need to be negotiated out. And you are right, I do not let grass grow under my shoes. Those two items need to be negotiated with our teachers' union around the contract. Both of those items are referenced in the contract. Do I agree with them? No, I don't. Do I agree with the day off after 3 days of parent conferences? No, I don't. Do I agree with having a random day off for a hurricane that may or may not? No, I don't. But I do know if you're going to move a district, it's going to be based solely on the teaching and learning and the establishment of relationships. So I have no problem saying what I believe is in the best interest of children. Having this conversation and dialogue, I think, is good because it reinforces a lot of what I have been saying. So there is there work to do? Absolutely.
Midterms do not need to be bargained out. You could make the decision right now that we don't give midterms anymore.
But we
Correct?
have the last 3 days of a semester will be designated as modified instructional days
Unless
within
we
the
change
contract.
that.
Yes, through negotiations. Correct.
So, but we could still do modified instructional days and not give exams. I just want to know why we're still, if you're telling me that that you've seen it's best by kids to not do that, why are we going to keep doing it? I'm just curious. Are we not ready for the change? Is it too much?
Through the chair, it is a conversation that I haven't had with
Okay.
teachers. It's a conversation, it is a drastic shift in practice. So if you'd ask me, are we ready to do that? And those, who do the work believe in that shift or change? I don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
That's the answer I need to have.
And I appreciate you not answering something on the fly because that's what ends up getting put in concrete that you said.
Right, I
So
know,
I
right.
want to make sure that you have the information before you answer that. Kristen Mrs. Maddox wanted to comment on my suggestion on Veterans Day.
Yes, so I've had the pleasure of working with the Veterans Council several times and interviewing Colonel Oates on Community Corner and just discussing our partnership. And I think in the years past, the community didn't realize exactly what we did on our campuses and in our schools, so there was more of a push to have Veterans Day off. And as we strengthened that partnership and we started really, advertising, if you will, what we're doing on our campuses during that day, and especially through Veterans in the Classroom, where our students are being taught about the different days, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, and the differences in between. Everyone realized it was very important to be in school on campuses those days because we didn't need the day off to celebrate with our families. We were bringing them all to us on our campuses, so we still had the opportunity to share that time together. So I do hope that, next year that can be adjusted on the calendar, but for now, I would absolutely ensure that we will still be having those celebrations, around that day still for our veterans and giving them the honor that they deserve on those days.
Absolutely. Mrs. Berenberg, then Mrs. Rosario.
Sure. Yeah, I was going to mention about the fact that, it has to be negotiated. We can't just say we can shoot down the calendar because we don't like half days, which, I really appreciate you saying that. But unfortunately, that is something that's negotiated. So we have to have a calendar, and usually we vote on it in February, correct? Has to be voted on by a certain date, is that correct?
The state requires us to have it done in May.
Oh,
Oh, so we
But
have time.
normally we vote on it. It was voted on last year in January. We are already getting calls, many calls from community members, parents, families who want to know, number one, when school starts. They're trying to plan their summer. We're getting calls already about spring break for next year, winter break. So we are getting a lot of calls. And to speak to Veterans Day, if I may, we also went through all of the survey results. And there are a lot of community members who were very upset with us because we weren't honoring our veterans by having the day off. Originally, the committee made it a modified instructional day, and then with the feedback from the survey and the initial feedback from the Veterans Council, we decided to take that day off.
And that's what I wanted to refer to is, first of all, thank you to the committee. I mean, they were really wonderful about going through every single survey comment. And so I got to sit in on some of those. And I think what was great about it is the first time, I think, that we see a fact sheet that goes with the calendar. And the reason why I think that was so important to do is because people weren't aware of certain things, like why did we take April 2nd off? And if you're just looking at a calendar and a number, you don't realize why. So they put in the fact sheet. If you'll look at the fact sheet, it was great because they were able to address, I think, every concern that was on this survey. Why people didn't understand why you had to take this day or why we had half days and why all this stuff. So thank you for the fact sheet. Thank you for taking the time to get all that input. And I know you had a variety of people on the committee. We had union representation, and you had parents, and it was a really good group. So we appreciate all their work.
Mrs. Rosario, then Dr. Schiff, and we're going to move on.
Okay, so I have a couple of comments here. One of the things that I wanted to just clarify for those who are unfamiliar and who may not have this in front of them because it wasn't available on board docs as an attachment. There is a line here that says modified instructional day. That is new. Can I just have clarification, and I know it, but just for public, that is the same as early dismissal? It was changed, right? So what was previously early dismissal is now called modified instructional day.
Yes, it is.
So for parents who receive this, when they receive it, they're not going to know that. So
You know,
very
we could
simple-
add that to the fact sheet or put it down here as an explanation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just a little, that's very little, but for someone picking this up for the first time, they may not know. Second comment is St. Lucie County has had their instructional calendar out, published, passed, done a long time ago. So I agree that we are behind the 8 ball on getting this out there. My third comment is I support being off Veterans Day. I've received several messages from constituents who have had the same request. And of course, I shared that with you and with Dr. Soot, sorry. And Dr. Soot brought that back to the committee, and we deserve to have that day off as in honor of our veterans. We would not be able to have the freedoms that we have in this country if not for our veterans, Mr. Teskey. Thank you for your service. So I support that. With regard to what Mrs. Justice has mentioned, I have a couple of thoughts. I agree that we should not have semester exams, especially not so close to Christmas. We over-test our children anyway. We test and test and test so much that learning has often now, the love of learning is lost when we are teaching to the test. However, as an educator, I know how important it is for us to be able to empower our teachers in the classroom to have flexibility, and I'm sure Dr. Moore will agree to have flexibility to use maybe a window of time, maybe the first 2 or 3 weeks of December, whatever, you work that out, where this window would be some kind of evaluation on how children are doing semesterly. We still need a guide as an educator in the classroom to find out where they are, where they're learning, what is the evaluation of a particular child on a particular subject during that semester. And that can happen either summatively or formatively. It doesn't necessarily mean that there has to be a paper pencil test, the way that we have had that. So I would support a change in that, in not having semester exams, the way that semester exams or midterms are traditionally thought of. I would appreciate that, the thought around eliminating that. With regard to early dismissal days, or now called modified instructional days, I understand that those need to be negotiated out So I would support Mrs. Justice on going ahead and removing when possible, as soon as possible, semester exams during December or during that period that we have it now, and then coming back to the table with a look at what we're going to do with our modified instructional days. I don't know where your thoughts are on that, Dr. Moore. I know that you mentioned already that Miami did away with it. But if we were to, okay, those are my comments. If we were to go ahead and approve this, this is not, we have quite a while still before December. If between now and December, a change in this particular instructional item of midterms or semester exams is removed, would we receive a modified calendar that would need to be?
So, through the chair, research is clear. Assessment is to inform instruction. That is the first thing. I do not and will not respond to removing a midterm assessment or final assessment. I haven't had the conversation with teachers. I haven't spoke to the bargaining unit about this. Of the 9 meetings that took place, 7 of them took place before I was superintendent. Sharing the research, shifting the instructional practice, building momentum around belief and understanding is how you move a district. I will not be reactionary in saying we're just going to stop it because I said stop it. We need to ensure people understand why we are making the decisions that we are making, and that requires the dialogue and conversation around, hey, this is what the research says. This is the best practice. Where are you at? And I would hope, hey, you know, they're there. They're there. But not having had the opportunity to sit and work through what is in the contract to modify those days, to maximize the amount of time in which we are teaching children, is the next step for me. So,
I don't disagree with you, Dr. Moore. I really don't. I'm on the same page with you. I'm just trying to look forward for those people who are supporting this, that if a change in this particular area is forthcoming, all that would need to happen is to modify the instructional calendar, correct?
well,
In terms of our
through
schedule.
the chair, it's not coming tonight.
Correct.
We still have
Forthcoming,
another,
if.
it's forthcoming. It's still 2 weeks out in terms of being approved.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll say it again, still haven't had the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So is that decision in the best interest of moving us forward as a district? And I just don't have that answer because I haven't had that conversation.
Dr. Moore, we're going to move on to Dr. Schiff. One thing that I'm finding puzzling about this conversation is we've all had a mutual respect that there's no surprises, and I feel like this is a surprise and we're putting you on the spot, and I don't think it's fair to you because I feel like you should have been prepared to at least have some basic knowledge going into this conversation. So I'm going to move on to Dr. Schiff.
Mrs. Zork, I'm sorry. Dr. Moore,
I'm sorry, we're gonna move on.
Mrs. Zork, I didn't put any update, I did not put any discussion items on the agenda
And
today.
I understand that. We're gonna move on to Dr. Schiff because she's been waiting patiently to speak to this item.
I don't need to add a lot. I would say to Mrs. Zork's comment that I'm not sure we're only putting Dr. Moore on the spot. I feel as a board member I've been put on the spot. I didn't get information that I needed to be able to have this conversation. So this is a great example of what we're not going to do in the future. On the calendar, there were changes from the last time I saw it. Some of those were in the emergency days. Can you speak a little bit to how those were determined and that the grading periods vary in number of days by about 6 days. I know that, of course, when there's breaks, those periods are shorter. The last grading period is considerably longer than is a week longer than the first grading period. Can you speak a little bit about that determination and the determination of why those emergency days and how those have shifted from the past? I know that was something that came up when we last spoke.
So, through the chair, one was a simple correction. It was designated as a hurricane day, and it should have been the day off after the day that we allow for the parent conferences, the Monday through Thursday. That was one of the changes. The other change was, it's typical or not untypical to have a unbalanced number of days. We start on August 10th as holidays fall and the emergency day take place. It is trying to have as many days before the assessment as possible. One of the unique things about this calendar is it maximizes the days upon returning from January, which is not like other counties. So a lot of counties front load the days before, and you have that 2-week regression. So maximizing days, which is this calendar accomplishes prior from January leading up to the assessment, is a win.
Okay. Dr. Moore, we have about 3 other items that we need to get through. Can you,
We can be extremely brief in those. Those are just simple updates.
okay.
The out-of-field report, which is coming tonight, just wanted to speak through some opportunities for improvement as a district. This is a report that comes annually to the board. It is, when I first saw it, a lengthy report, quite lengthy when you look at the overall size of the district. So some things that we're doing in order to reduce the size of this is ensure teachers are notified. Can't say right now if I know that teachers have been notified that they've been on this list for X number of years. That's a process that will take with principals, ensuring teachers are notified that they are required to meet this or take this particular class. We will be working with our union to modify our offering for courses that they can take, being flexible when we can be flexible to offer the courses. ESOL is the big hitter that is on this list. That will allow us, teachers, the opportunity in a more flexible environment to meet this requirement. As we begin to have the conversation around departmentalization, that will also add some flexibility regarding the use or the reduction of this particular list. So this list, when I saw it, I thought was long. Were a number of steps that we can take on the district from a district perspective to support our teachers, really to begin to minimize this list. Thank you.
Real
This
quick.
is an item on tonight's agenda, correct? So we can have our discussion tonight on this if.
Yeah, I just want to make a real quick point that maybe you can bring up tonight. We had this discussion about ESOL and how many we have out of field. The information I've received from teachers has been, it's not offered when I can take it. They want an online course. We talked about that. If you could refer to that tonight.
Through the chair, absolutely, and that's the flexibility that I'm referring
Yeah.
to.
Okay, thank you.
If we can move on to the item D.
I mean, Mr. Fagan.
Thank you, Sue. Through the chair, through the board, good afternoon. You have an item before you. It is for Express Scripts. This is not for the agenda tonight. This is simply a briefing of that item that will be on February 25th. What this is a renewal of a current contract that we have with Aon Coalition and Express Scripts, Inc. The financial impact is your pharmacy costs run about $5 million a year. This is an opportunity to save approximately $420,000 in 2020 and $2.1 million over the next 3 years. The history of this document is prior to Express Scripts, the district used Florida Blue for your prescription program. In June of 2017, an item came before the board to switch over, to go from Florida Blue to the coalition and use Aon and use Express Scripts. At that point in time, it was estimated that we would save approximately $500,000 and $1.6 million over the next 3 years. The document, and so therefore we've been with this program since 2017. The first year of actual results, we thought were going to be about $500,000. They actually were $920,000. So we exceeded expectations.
Okay.
In April of 2019, An item came for the board, and a discussion was had to change the current program with Express Scripts. This is where we modified the program to use 3 primary methods in which to fill prescriptions: Exclusive Smart, Save on SP, and Express Script Advantage. The estimated saving by switching there was approximately another $300,000. Now, of course, these savings are all based on trends in current usage. If the medication changes, the trends change, the savings change. At that point in time, in April, that is when it became known that Walgreens and CVS was no longer a local in-network pharmacy. However, your Sam's, your Publix, and your Walmart and other places were. The document that you have now, and that's up for agenda on the 25th, is to renew the current program as is. Based on current trends and analysis, is estimated we'll save approximately $2.1 million over the next 3 years.
Wow. Nice.
Any questions, comments?
Move on.
Well, okay.
Just thank you.
And this is
have a
going to be
question.
voted on
25th.
25th.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you meet with or
No, it's
Mr.
okay.
Fagan?
It's a separate conversation because
Okay.
this is only renewal. This isn't about
Yes.
how we got here.
Right, you're right.
I'm sorry?
It's a separate.
Yes, just a renewal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So let's move on to Envision Diagnostic Agreement.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, now, this is an item for tonight's agenda. This is a new contract. This is an option for anyone using and wanting to use mammogram services. It is not, you only can use this. It is simply an option that we're allowing employees to use. Approximate saving is about $30,000 a year. And it is a mobile unit, to where you can schedule to wherever the unit's going to be, and then make your appointment and go there versus going to a hospital. But it is an option. It is not mandatory you use it.
Okay?
Thank you very much. Dr. Moore, could you perhaps speak to, or could Mr. Fagan speak to how you came about this change, this option that's being given to employees? And there's a cost savings included in it. Was that the driving force? Are you constantly looking to make improvements and offer more options? Is it driven by cost? Is it driven by service? Just a little overview.
Through the chair, yes, ma'am, both. The cost savings average through the normal program is approximately $198 through Florida Blue. The team is always looking for cost-saving mechanisms. They reached out to these individuals, and they offered it $155. And I have Amy, she works in our risk management department. She can tell you more about it because she is the program manager and helped drive this item. Amy?
Hi, I'm Amy Eider. I'm the Employee Benefits Specialist. Envision Diagnostics actually reached out to me. They already have a contract with the City of Vero Beach and Indian River County. They take their mobile unit around to different locations for those employees. They invited me out to take a look at their mobile unit, which was amazing. You don't really think about going on a bloodmobile type van to have a mammogram. Their setup is not like that. It is just like going into a doctor's office. So we did some research on the costs of what they could do the tests for versus what we'd been paying for Florida Blue, and it was about a 70% savings. This also keeps claims from running through our health insurance, so when we're doing experience, it kind of keeps those numbers lower, and the convenience can help assure that more employees who need the testing are getting it done. This is one of many, many different things that we've looked at and are implementing to try to not only save costs, but make benefits more approachable for the employees.
Okay, nice. Mrs. Barrenborg?
I just want to say,
Rosario?
another added benefit is loss of days for employees trying to take off to go get that done. Now they
Exactly.
can, is it correct that it's going to pull up on a school campus?
It's going to pull up on every
they
one
can
of our
go out there.
campuses on a rotating basis.
Wonderful. So I think we'll see a savings there as well. Thank you.
Mrs. Rosario?
I appreciate this option for our employees. I think it's incredibly important to be able to provide mammograms, or to be able to at least give the option of allowing our employees to have mammograms. I also appreciate cost savings. I appreciate the research that is done to bring our costs down. But one thing that is concerning me and has been concerning me for a little while is to what extent? I don't want us to offer less in medical benefits to our employees just for a cost savings. I think a district should be able to look for cost savings on an array of different areas. But I personally believe that medical benefits is something that we should take very seriously. It is, last year, we were brought forth a request to approve cost savings for the change in prescription, in the prescription plans from whatever it was to Express Scripts. But what was not presented to us was how it affected our employees, and that's just, it's bothering me lately. It's really bothering me. We should have been given much more information in terms of how that change affected our employees, not just the fact that we were saving money. And what happened with that change last year was, and we were a new board, 3 of us were new. So it's not even, we were just presented, well, here's the cost savings, and I think that we just accepted and approved, I'm not sure. But how it affected employees is they no longer can travel outside of the state and go visit any doctor unless it's an emergency and have their prescriptions covered,
Mr. Fagan,
unless
would
it's
you
an
like to speak
emergency.
to that?
So I just wanted to clarify, I'm still talking, Madam Chair. I still wanted to support mammograms. I think that they are incredibly important. I think that we should, in all areas, in all in all departments, look for cost savings. And I hope that when the mobile unit comes around, that everyone takes advantage of it, including men. There are a lot of men who suffer or who get breast cancer for lack of getting, a mammogram as well. Although it's not as high as women, it's still out there. So I think it's very important. I just wanted to make that statement because I don't want us to gyp our employees in any way, shape, or form. And I know that we are not intentionally doing that, but I just needed to say that. So thank you for bringing this forth.
Mr. Fagan, would you like to speak to clarification on going outside the state?
Yes, ma'am. On the back of your Express Script prescription card, there's an 800 number you can call, and if you are either traveling and your renewal prescription is due, they can change the address and send it where you're going. I myself actually called them and said, I'm traveling to Shreveport, and I'm also going to Casper, Wyoming. If I go there and I need a prescription, where can I go to get it filled? Took them about a minute and a half, and they said, you can go to these 3 locations. So there is that option. It may take a few minutes to get through to them, but you are covered within the plan.
There are some medications that are not covered. Pain medications are not covered out of state unless you go to the same place.
Let me check on that, please.
So can you check and get back with us? Dr. Schiff, did you have okay. I believe that is it on this. Does that wrap up your discussion items? Okay. Let's take a break until 1:45 and we'll come back and we'll dive into the board discussion items, okay? Sorry, are we ready, gentlemen? We're going to call this workshop back to order for discussion. We have items that are placed on the agenda for discussion, and we have 4 board members that had placed items on the agenda. Out of fairness to each board member, Mrs. Diagrasta, I would like to take our 135 minutes and give each board member 35 minutes each for their combined time, and I will take 25 minutes because I know that some board members have more items than, I only have one. So I'll at the end, I'll be the last one, and I'll just take the time that's left, okay?
And do you want a 30-minute and a 5-minute wrap-up? How would you like the time broken up?
That would be fine.
Perfect.
Mrs. Justice?
That sounds like a wonderful plan. Thank you, Mrs. Rourke. I'm excited to get started.
Okay. The first item that we have is, let's see, the first board member we have is Mrs. Rosario.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, board members, a little while ago, maybe a few months ago, I was approached by an organization called about Who We Play For. They're a nonprofit organization located in Brevard County. I see board members are shaking their heads, so you all are familiar with them already. They have sent me some information of which I shared with Dr. Moore. They do, what the crux of who they are is one of the founders' daughter suffered from heart failure, and as a result, it pushed him and his wife and support behind them to begin this nonprofit in hopes of allowing children in middle schools and high school sports teams to get heart screenings. That's really the crux of their work. And it is, based on what I've received, incredibly inexpensive, believe it or not. So I've passed on all of the information to Dr. Moore, who has graciously accepted an invitation to meet with them this Thursday. So really, at this point today was to give you this kind of like an FYI. You'll see it on his calendar where it says meeting with Who We Play For and board member. I'm the board member, just so that you know. And after their meeting, of course, Dr. Moore will make the final decision as to whether it would be beneficial for us to partner with them in any way, shape, or form, but I'm assuming that closer to that date and closer to that discussion, we'll bring it back to the board. Dr. Moore will bring it back to the board so that there would be a more comprehensive presentation of what it would look like. But essentially, what has happened prior is their work with Brevard County, for example, ended in the board establishing a policy, a mandatory policy for every student in their district to get heart screenings. And they've worked out funding specific to that board, to that district. So I can't compare with ours. But in Osceola County, they've worked out where it would be optional. So basically what that means as an option is a student who is in a sports program, their parent can opt to get the heart screening and pay $25 for the screening. And that $25 would come out of the parent pocket, not the district's pocket. But many, many, many students have, through the heart screening, have unfortunately been identified with heart disease and have ultimately, many of them ended in successful surgeries to correct the disease or to correct the illness that they were afflicted with. So their mission is to eliminate preventable sudden cardiac death, essentially. And with that, I don't know, Dr. Moore, if you wanted to talk a little bit to this meeting on Thursday, but I'm excited about it, board members, and I hope that you all would stand behind us, and hopefully this will come to a good partnership.
Had the opportunity to review the literature, looking forward to having the conversation, learning more regarding how it is funded, the offset of funding, looking at the procedures with risk management. But it seems like a good opportunity, looking forward to Thursday, 2 o'clock, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much. This is a group that we have partnered with previously in our schools. So they had some reorganization, I believe, within their organization. And so I'm really thankful that you brought this back. I think this is, we have unfortunately lost a student in our community who had a heart issue that was not identified. It is something that happens more often than people realize. And to be able to do some screening first so that we can keep all of our kids safe and healthy on our fields is so important. So thank you for bringing it forward. I think with Dr. Moore, what you will find is that our administrators at Sebastian River High School and Vero Beach High School will be somewhat familiar, athletic directors, with this program. And I'm excited to see what comes of the meeting. Thank you.
Awesome.
Go ahead, very quick thing. Consistent with some of the other conversations we've had, I have a computer in front of me, so I can go look it up. It would be helpful if we did if when you brought it forward, we just put the link on it so people could
Absolutely.
go see it. 'Cause
Absolutely.
They may not remember where to go look it up.
She's just talking about some of the backup that wasn't included in the link.
There is no link.
There's no
You
backup.
said the organization, so I just looked it up while I was here, but it would be helpful if the web link were attached.
Yes.
Or a better understanding as to who drives this agenda. So just an opportunity to sit through and say, who's responsible? I know on my meeting, I will upload and have all of this information. Not familiar or comfortable with the point of frustration that I'm feeling now. I was under the understanding that board members drove this agenda and added those particular links. So if that be the case, I'm fine with it. I can request, give me everything, let me be accountable for all of it. So when something goes wrong, it will be my fault, and I'll embrace it and accept it. But I may need some clarification regarding who drives or owns this agenda.
To my point, that wasn't directed at you. That was directed at Mrs. Rosario to give to Mrs. Esplin so that we have it. That wasn't
Okay,
directed at you.
that was my understanding, but I thought
No,
you were
no,
asking.
I wasn't
No.
directed to you.
Okay.
I was saying,
right.
it would be nice
I
if we had
said
the link
yes,
so that
and
Ms.
I
Esplin
acknowledge,
could-
and I acknowledge, and I said
that was
yes.
all I meant.
And then I also looked to you
Okay.
for backup for, it also is not included in the backup on our board docs, but let's move forward.
And it's, and typically in the past, board members give our backup to Mrs. Esplin, and she posts our backup. And I have printed backup, so I think this time it kinda, we gotta figure it out, what happened here.
No,
Yeah.
through the chair, I get it, but
Yeah.
my frustration is for discussion. I added those items just to have a public discussion regarding them, so let me apologize. I'll make sure all of the information, all of the content, all of the PowerPoints, because they've been available for a week, just wasn't posted because I thought we were having a conversation, and then when it goes public and live, that it's there to be available. So I got it.
Can I quote Javon right now? It's all good.
All right.
It's all good. We'll get through this. So
That's it.
how much more time does Mrs. Rosario have?
22 minutes and an additional 5 wrap-up.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
7 minutes.
Okay, for this one, I'm done on this topic.
Okay,
Should I move on to my next topic?
go ahead.
So the next topic is with regard to a previous item I brought to your attention, which was the attorney's evaluation. The last time that I brought it to you, it was, we ended that discussion where I asked you all if you needed some time to review the documents that were previously referred to by the previous executive assistant to the board, to the previous board, Judy Stang. And all of that was some information, some historical information that she was trying to receive from surrounding districts on whether they had an in-house attorney or contracted out attorney, or if they had an annual evaluation for their attorneys. So I'm just opening it up now as a follow-up to that previous discussion. If you all had a chance to look at it, what your thoughts are. I know some of you previously mentioned that now is not the time to have the discussion on the attorney's evaluation, but I believe that our attorney is the highest paid contracted employee in our entire district. I think that coming to an understanding as to whether or not we should or should not evaluate our attorney is a conversation that we should absolutely have. I know that Dr. Schiff has an item coming up as to whether we should go for, put out a bid or letters of interest. That is separate from whether this attorney is evaluated or another attorney is evaluated, or should a board attorney be evaluated. That is the discussion here, and should our board attorney be evaluated? If so, what should that look like? How should that look? What should we do moving forward, and so on? So I wanted to open it up to discussion for that.
Okay, Dr. Schiff?
Completely agree with you. There should be an evaluation. Also nice, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are evaluations here that several counties are using that are practically, if not exactly identical to each other. I'm fine with those. I think they're comprehensive. Yes, I think we should implement it. I think the question is only at this point, when, because we're in the process of potentially, of deciding what our legal counsel is going to look like in the future, and whether we're going to go in-house, out-of-house, external, all of that. But to the main point, should we evaluate? Yes. Are these tools good? Yes. Can we start doing that? Sure.
Can I follow up with that real
Yes.
quick? Thank you for that. And I just want, for the record, for the media, this isn't an attempt to suggest that Board Member Rosario does not want Mrs. Diagresta to remain as our attorney. That is not the case. Mrs. Diagresta, please let me go on the record to say that. That is not my intention. Our intention is to my intention, rather, to bring this up is, and likewise, you're probably going to see coming up forth soon, how we should evaluate Dr. Moore. That's important. I mean, this is our job as elected officials, is to evaluate our board attorney specifically and Dr. Moore in their capacity to help us, essentially, direct the focus of the district. So what we did receive is Mrs. Diagresta's, and she mentioned this at our last meeting, her contract. And what was interesting here, and this is why I wanted to follow up with what Dr. Schiff mentioned, what's interesting here is, one of the things that was concerning to me is, if Mrs. Diagresta's contract in March automatically renews for a year, then there's almost no rush. We have plenty of time, right? If it ends in March and it goes month to month, that was really the question. Does Mrs. Diagresta's contract now, if nothing is done, automatically renew month to month or for a year? Anyway, so if you look at her contract, you have it as one of your documents on the very first page of her contract. The last document, the last paragraph, beginning number 1. Oh, wait, no, you see it? The second to last sentence begins, either party may terminate this contract, and of course, Mrs. Diagresta, please interrupt if I read anything wrong. Either party may terminate this contract without cause on 30 days' notice in writing to the other party. If the contract is not terminated by March 1st, of each year, it will be automatically extended for an additional year on an annual basis. So if nothing is done by March 31st,
March 1st. Oh, no, sorry.
no, March 31st, if nothing is done by March 31st, Mrs. DeAgresta's contract automatically renews for another year. However, at any given point in time, the contract can be terminated with 30 days' notice. Did I interpret that correctly, Mrs. DeAgresta?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
30
all right.
days.
So,
Yes, I believe everything that we do, we need to make sure that we're getting our value and making sure that we evaluate everything. So I agree with the fact that, we evaluate our superintendent, we evaluate, we don't evaluate you guys, but he evaluates you. So we evaluate plans, we evaluate whether or not finances are going to the right places, things like that. So I think it's very important that we also evaluate our board attorney. We are evaluated, in November every 4 years. So I think that, I'm used to going through evaluation process, and I think it's important because you learn from it. I also think sometimes that shows you the value you're getting and what you're looking at. I think the timing, I agree with you about the timing, because if we're looking at your item and whether or not to change things, we need the evaluation we establish one and then we turn around and change it. So I'm not quite sure if the timing is now for this, but I agree and I appreciate the fact that you brought it up.
Have a comment? Mrs. Justice?
No, I'm sorry, I did
Okay.
not, thank you.
No, I'm going to agree with Mrs. Rosario. We should have a tool that we can look at on an annual basis and speak with our attorney about. Timing right now is a little, I understand where you're coming from. My question would be, if we have a contract, doesn't that have to be included in the contract, just like it was included in the superintendent's contract, that we were going to have an evaluation? So that would be, Mrs. DeAgresta, would that be something that we would have to negotiate in the contract by August 31st?
Mrs. Sorg, I'm not sure I understand the
March, not
August
August.
31st.
I'm sorry,
March.
my
Date.
birthday's August 31st. My head's wrong place. March 31st.
And board members, as Mrs. Rosario read from the contract, you can terminate the contract on 30 days' notice. You can also renegotiate if that's what you wish to do. So if you wish to put something in, recommend putting something in, certainly you can do that on 30 days' notice.
Okay, so it doesn't happen, okay.
Mrs. Sorg. The school board discussed evaluating the board attorney in, I believe, 2016, 2017, an evaluative process. I agreed with it then, I agree with it now.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I just,
Two things from your comments come up for me. Whatever we do moving forward, the fact that the contract is ambiguous is problematic. So however we move forward, we should fix that. Because we shouldn't be having a conversation about what does the contract say, because two lines directly contradict each other.
Right.
So first, that should be clarified. Secondly, I want to reiterate what Mrs. Rosario said, that any conversation that I have about Mrs. DeAgresta or legal counsel is not an argument for or against Ms. DeAgresta. It's about a process. And I think I was recently misquoted suggesting that I was somehow against Ms. DeAgresta. I'm not for or against her. I'm in favor of a process that's transparent and a process that moves us forward, because we haven't done this in a long time, and that was my comment. Thirdly, and this is a conversation for another day, to Mrs. Rosario's point, we should evaluate any attorney moving forward. Totally agree. To Mrs. Barenborg's point, that we get evaluated every 4 years. I'd argue at a future conversation, we should have a discussion about how we should be evaluated ongoingly. Because we don't have that. And while nobody can get rid of us for 4 years, the fact is,
we should be getting that kind of input and that kind of feedback from each other and from the public, and from the district on a regular basis. So at a future discussion, I'd like to see us have a conversation about our own self-evaluative processes. And that's it.
Okay, Mrs. Rosario.
Yeah, Mrs. Diagresta, or Madam Chair, I don't know who would answer this question. To negotiate by adding into the current contract or to negotiate by adding to a new contract as of March 31st or moving forward after March 31st, is that a discussion, how does that happen? Is that something that we give to the chair to begin having that discussion? Do we have it in a discussion session? And then we ask you to add it into the contract, written? What is this process? Because obviously, 3 of us have never, I don't know about the other 2, but 3 of us are a year in. What happens to do that?
And Mrs. Rosario, I think the board can just decide for itself the process at which is to take. From my own experience, working with this board in the past or with other school boards, usually one individual is selected to sit down and hash through specific issues. There can certainly be a discussion at a workshop, discussion session, board meeting amongst the board members as to what you're looking for. Sometimes it's the superintendent that sits with the attorney to talk through issues. I mean, sometimes it's the procurement department. It really is a local decision of the process that you wish to follow.
Okay, so March 31st is around the corner. In order for us to be able to add into the current contract or into a new contract that we want to, I'm sorry, Mrs. Berenborg, that we desire to include an annual evaluation, that's not something that we should sit on. We actually should set up maybe our next discussion session possibly, or I don't know when the board would like, so that we can actually go through the contract, and if board members want to change anything else in the contract, that would be a time that we can publicly discuss it. There was something else about the ambiguity about having, this annual automatic renewal for a year and then, but still having the 30 days. At first, I thought, having both of those was also, I agree with you, it's ambiguous, to have one, usually you'll have one or the other, but in this case, it benefits, because if it automatically renews for a year, basically, who cares? Because we still go, all we need is 30 days, right?
All she needs is 30 days to tell us that she's not going to be with us either.
Vice versa, or vice versa. So, I think to have it written in there to keep the language as is beneficial. I just don't know if 30 days is, I think 60 days is better, because then you have more time to plan and you're not caught off guard with who are we going to, if we ever had to find new counsel, I suppose, a different counsel, but today's maybe not that discussion, maybe the next time around when we are discussing the contract. I just wanted to give my thoughts on having both of the language in there,
Okay.
I don't know, you wanted to
So the
comment
contract's
again?
at a different time?
Yeah, I think it's at the right time. What do
Yeah,
you-
I don't think we have a conversation about the contract till we figure out how we're moving forward. But I do think we should change the language, and the language should say it's 30 days. I mean, unless we're going with a year, we shouldn't have it say it's a year unless it's 30 days.
That it
It should
automatically
be,
renews a year.
it's until this time, and it's like I lived in New York for a long time. You would be on a lease, and then it would be a 30-day month-to-month.
Right.
In effect, what we have is a 30-day month-to-month. It should say that.
Okay.
Okay. So I would ask Nancy at our next discussion session, can we please add this back on with all of this as backup? All of what we have today, the same backup, if we can include the review of legal services, comparison, everything here, so that we are fully prepared to have the conversation of
The
you know,
evaluation or the
language,
contract?
yes, the language of either of negotiating language in Mrs. Diagressa's current contract.
Can I make a suggestion?
Huh?
Well,
That's too long.
we'll have to work on that.
What do you mean
We'll
we'll
work-
have to work on it? What does that mean?
To make sure that we have a,
Before?
we'll have to
Okay.
have a,
Can I, we're kind of crossing wires here, because on the one hand, we're discussing the contract with the current attorney, and on the other hand, we're about to discuss going out for bid or letters of interest for a new attorney. If we are, I have no idea how that process is going to go, but if we're going with a new attorney, then we're discussing a contract for a new attorney. And what we do with the current attorney's contract is moot. So I don't know that we need to spend time doing that until we understand how we're moving forward. Would be my opinion. We can talk about it, but I think the timing is off.
I think you're right. There's overlap. There's a lot of overlap because, in a sense, it doesn't make sense to do both at the same time, but also, if you look at our time scale, it's not like this was November, and we would have had several months to discuss going out for letters of intent, or possibly have the discussion of, I mean, here we are. You know, it ends March 31st, right?
But Mrs. DeGresta is on record several times now as saying it's a 30-day notice, right? She said it publicly 2 or 3 times now. I'm pretty clear that she's not holding us to an annual contract at this point, should we go in another direction. So for the moment, while we sort this out, I think we're all clear we're on a 30-day notice. I haven't heard anything that contradicts that.
No, not at all, but the discussion here was, do we add to her contract that in the future, there would be an annual evaluation? That
There's no
was-
point in adding to her contract if we're not continuing to contract with her. That's my point. We would add that to a contract with any attorney moving forward once we decide who that attorney is and whether we're staying with external or internal.
So, Mrs. Diagresta, after March 31st, can we still add to the contract? Can we, after March 31st, renegotiate by just adding an annual evaluation to the contract?
I think the board at any time, January, February,
All right.
March, September, whatever month you would like, if the board would like to negotiate something different in a contract, any contract, I don't want to just talk about one type of, any type of contract, you have the opportunity to do that at any time.
Okay.
The second party to the contract could always say no, but then you would do something else.
So there's no, I mean, it's not, if you don't do it by March 31st, that's it.
Correct, correct.
Okay.
That is an artificial deadline. That is, it's a completely artificial deadline.
Okay. I mean, if you
I don't
all
know how to I'd say it.
okay, feel the same way, then that's fine.
Yeah, I think we're putting the cart in front of the horse.
Yeah, okay. No, I can support it. It's whatever the board.
I think it's necessary, though.
Collectively.
I think, to your point of bringing up the evaluation, I think it's necessary to evaluate whoever we decide to go with.
Yes.
Mrs. Diagresta, how much time does Mrs. Rosario have?
There's still 8 minutes.
Mrs. Rosario, would you like to yield your time to Dr. Schiff for the remaining conversation on?
Actually, I'd like to shift it to Dr. Moore. I don't know if Dr. Moore has anything that he would like to add to this conversation. I don't want to overstep our superintendent.
No, through the chair, I have nothing to add.
Okay.
Okay,
Then yes, I would like to yield the rest of my time to Dr. Schiff.
okay. So, Dr. Schiff, if you'd like to dive into your topic, letter of interest?
So first off, I'm going to take the hit for not having documentation and backup. Just going to say that right up front before we get to it. We've been talking about going out for a letter of interest. We need to make a decision. We have some documents here that are a draft letter of interest. We need to decide if this is sufficient. The date on it, I think, is premature. The date on this says February 14th, 2020. We're now at February 11th, so we would need to change that date. But if we're okay with the letter of interest, we need to make a decision to direct the superintendent to put it out. If we want to make changes, now is the time to do it. We also, Mr. Fagan put together an analysis of costs, which, again, I think I might have been wrong. Now, of course, I can't find my paper. I had been under the impression, Mr. Fagan, that the copy that I have that you gave me and presumably all board members last week, that you were still working on that and that you were going to be updating that with a more detailed comparison of in-house counsel and external. Did I misunderstand that? I might have.
What I was working on was comparing the number of hours in 17-18 and 18-19, hours actually billed to come up with an average hourly rate for comparison. I did complete that, and
Yes.
that was presented to the board. That was the only follow-up.
I do have that. I think I thought that in the comparison, which is very good and very helpful, we also talked about what would fall under in-house so in comparing to other districts, what we don't know in that comparison is whether those rates for external counsel, how much it also costs them to go out for other legal services as we do.
Through the
Right.
chair, yes. This was just an average calculation, average per hour. What all depends on is the attorney that is under contract or brought on staff, what is their expertise?
Right.
If they don't have something, then you'll have to contract that out. And that you will never know until you actually
And
do the
so,
request.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. For the record, I'm going to talk about this document for a minute. Mr. Fagan provided us with some analysis, again, which I didn't put as backup for a variety of reasons. I didn't think that this was complete yet. I may have been wrong. But what this analysis showed is that for our legal services, we're paying roughly $290,000 a year. And that when you look at the hours billed for 2017-18, 2018-19, and projected when complete 2019-20, we're paying roughly $180 per hour, correct?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am, for 18-19, 158 for 17-18, and 173 for 18-19.
158, I have 183.
For 19-20. 183, you probably have the one before that. There's an updated version.
Okay,
180, 183, I mean, it's relatively close.
okay. In that analysis, and I'm speaking this into the record because other people don't have this documentation, Mr. Fagan looked at Charlotte, St. Lucie, Martin, Hernando, and Bay County, who all use external counsel, and found a range from a low end of 150 to a high of 275,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Per hour.
Yes, ma'am.
Which puts us right about in the center of that.
Yes, ma'am.
It puts us not the lowest and not the highest. What we don't know is how much other districts are spending on additional services and what we're spending on additional services and how those compare for overall legal costs.
Yes, ma'am, and also I can't tell you exactly what Bay is getting for $275 an hour.
Right, well, all of that is included,
Correct.
right? So in addition, Mr. Fagan did an analysis of what it might cost us for in-house legal staff, putting an in-house attorney range from 130 to 180,000, which was consistent with other districts that you looked at, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then a paralegal for a total salary of 205 with benefits and health, et cetera, for a total salary and benefits of 254, which would be 37,000 less than what we're paying for external counsel now, but does not account also for in-house legal secretarial services.
As well as supplies, research analysis, online services, the other
Right,
soft
all of
costs
those other
about it.
things that we get through the retainer with Ms. DeGresta's firm that we would have to purchase for ourselves were we to go in-house counsel.
Yes, ma'am, and that could range somewhere between 20 to 50,000.
Which makes it not, which makes what we're spending not necessarily inconsistent with what we would spend for in-house counsel, and what we don't know is exactly what would be covered in the services for in-house counsel, and if that person would be board attorney, superintendent attorney, other district legal services, all of that has to be sorted out.
That would be correct.
Yeah. So that conversation is relevant to the part about going out for a letter of interest, which in this case requests a letter of interest for external services as we've been using in the past. The decision that we haven't made is whether, well, it's, in any case, it makes sense to do that letter of interest. We haven't done it now in many, many years. We need to do it. I don't think anybody disagrees, but of course, we'll have that conversation. It needs to be done. Whether, as a result of what we get back from that letter of interest, we decide that it is most practical to either stick with our current legal counsel go with somebody who responds to the letter of interest or further explore in-house legal counsel is the next conversation we need to have if we're doing this in a methodical way. So that said, I want to open the conversation up to board members because we need to make some decisions moving forward. We've had this conversation 3 or 4 times now, and we need to make decisions. So,
Mrs. Rosario, Mrs. Barrenborg, Mrs. Justice, do you have
Dr. Moore, in Miami, and I know comparing to Miami is, there's no comparison. I mean, Miami has their own police department, Miami School District. But in your experience, what are some of the benefits of having an in-house legal counsel versus contracting out the way that we do now?
It is a very hard comparison for me to make. In Miami, there were a team of lawyers that I had access to for different issues, whether it be a contract, whether it be labor negotiations, a plethora of legal support. So for me to respond to a comparison, it's just apples and oranges.
Mrs. Barrenborg?
Yeah, I think this is a really gray matter. And the reason why I say that is because I know experience I have is in St. Lucie County, when you're shaking your head because you were there too. When we went to in-house counsel, and I think the idea was, yeah, we were going to have one person, it was going to save us money, all that. We wound up with a team, 2 people plus an paralegal and a secretary and everything else. And what they thought they were going to be able to do to help the district wound up definitely different. And I think there wasn't a cost savings. I think it wound up costing more. So I am concerned about how we go about this, but I think the most important thing that we need to look at is the services that we're going to get from whoever we choose, because if they're an expert in education, we're going to get more for our dollar. If they're an expert in cases having to do with specific things like Title I or ESE or something like that, we're going to get bonus things for our dollar. But if they, you know, like for example, risk management issues, you know, if they can't cover those, of course, we go out for those things. And as you notice right now, we have all these different firms that we're using because they're experts in different fields. And so I think that's why it's so gray to me is, yes, we want the best use of our dollars. But I also think it's very important to make sure that we consider the expertise, because we might go with somebody that we think is going to be a budget savings, and we might end up what happened down there with, uh-oh, now what? So that's why it's really gray to me. But yes, I think we should absolutely look into this, and we should consider everything for our fiscal responsibility of what we do, and make sure that we're getting the best expertise for our money.
I agree.
I'm ready to go out for this letter of interest. I think there's a lot of unknowns to the potential cost of district in-house legal staff. I think there's some add-ons that we need to really look at before we jump into that, because once you hire an employee, and that's what basically they'll be, is an employee, actually I'm seeing 2 or 3 employees, it's always hard to go back. But I think we've been talking about this now, I know I have since, for a couple of years now. It even went over to our audit committee. Our audit committee said yes, it would be, the board needs to do their due diligence and go out on this. And I think there was discussion, is it an RFP, RFQ? Now we're to the letter of interest. It's just time to do it, is my opinion.
Is it, this is a question, I believe, for Dr. Moore, and despite the awkwardness, it might be for Ms. DeGresta. Can we, in a letter of interest, invite potential respondents to clarify to make a proposal as in-house counsel and what they would provide for that service, or external? Can we do both in this, or does it have to be one or the other? And I'm not sure who to direct that question to.
I think that would, Mr. Carver could probably answer that.
Maybe, yeah.
Certainly. Jeff Carver, Director of Purchasing. The purpose of going out for solicitation is to get somebody to contract with. I think that you wouldn't want to include them as an employee unless you had a position allocated, and that's something you would do through Human Resources.
May I? I think where I personally, and I hear we as a board are somewhat struggling, is in this gray area. We don't have the information to make that decision, right? Unless we know who's out there and what they can provide, be it external or in-house. We can't make a decision, and what I've heard is that other districts have gone the road of thinking it's going to be more efficient to have in-house, which didn't turn out to be the case.
But that was just one.
Correct.
There are other districts who
There
have
were others who
benefited.
have, but the point is, we don't know, because we don't know what,
It's not
Who's
just
out
one,
there?
but yeah,
and we don't know what their expertise is.
You mentioned
And so
I mentioned one.
it's a hard,
Mr. Fagan?
Yes, through the chair. Through the solicitation process, Jeff, unless you correct me, we can put in the request that you will provide your documentation. We will review it. Top 2 or 3 candidates have to come in for an interview. Or you can make that all must come in for an interview, but you may get 50. I have no idea. But you may want to say that the top 3 candidates will come in for an interview with the committee. That committee can be determined later. Is that right, Jeff?
That's for the selection of an outside
Yes,
source?
yes, yes.
Correct.
yeah.
Okay.
Does it, I'm sorry, does it imply otherwise if we don't specifically write that? Does it imply we're interviewing everybody?
You would want to be explicit as you can. You'd want to say this is a request for all qualifications. You come in, the top 3 will be invited back to a face-to-face interview.
And the top 3 get determined by criteria that
Yes.
we as a board determine based on what we've requested in the letter of interest.
Correct.
And it's not necessarily the least expensive or this experience or that experience, it's the overall comprehensiveness of the services that that person is capable of providing.
Correct.
That we will have some discussion about how we want to look at that as we have done in our superintendent searches.
Mrs. Rosario, then Mrs. Barrenborg?
But wouldn't we also need to include in the solicitation whether we are seeking letters of interest for potential counsel to be either in-house or to be contractual? Because in other words, we're putting out a letter of interest. We want you to be interested, send in your letters of interest, but do we not have to be specific and say we are seeking or possibly seeking someone to be our counsel on a, contractual basis like Mrs. DiAgresta now, or as an in-house? We have to determine that.
So that would
Do
be
you know what I
for
mean?
Jeff. Could we legally say, are you interested of being in-house counsel, or would you out of house counsel? External.
It's a question, just to be honest with the board, I've never been asked if that would be okay, so I don't know if it would be legal or not. I would not recommend it. You do a formalized solicitation, and you include a copy of the agreement that your potential firm would have to be agreeable to, and so everything that they get in the marketplace is under the impression that they're going to work approximately this many hours per month, and we want to know what their rates are, what their fee structure is, and they're going to be somebody who we contract with. If you want to have an employee, somebody employed by the district, then you would go through human resource and you'd advertise the position, you'd establish what the benefits were going to be, and that would be something completely different. I wouldn't cross the two personally.
So, board members, I think that's where the rubber meets the road. We've got to decide whether we want, an attorney to be in-house and as an employee, or do we want a contract? Because then we'll know how to move forward.
Dr. Schiff?
I don't think we're there yet, because I don't think we have enough information. So my question is to Dr. Moore, do we direct you to find out this information? I don't know who on staff would do this, but I don't have enough information to make that decision right now. I don't know who's using internal in what counties and what services they're providing. I don't know who's available for that. I don't know what we're going to get from external. there's sort of, there's a systematic way we have to do this in order to gather the information. The first thing is put out the letter of interest and see who responds with what qualifications as external. We can then make a decision about, while that's happening, we could be directing staff to do further analysis on potential internal counsel so that while we're waiting for letters of interest, we can have more information about internal, and we can make a decision moving forward on what we think is most efficient for us.
Mrs. Berenberg?
Yeah, I'll agree with you to that point, and also, we're not the first board that's worried about how to go about doing this. So have we talked to Florida School Board Association?
I have not.
No, I would talk to them about something else, it wasn't this.
So maybe one of us can reach out to them, and would you do that? And find out, is there a procedure for this? Is there something that's already in place that they know about, that other boards have done, that have worked successfully, finding out whether or not, should you go with a letter of interest, should you go with an in-house? You know, I don't think that we're creating this new.
To that, I believe I did speak to them some time ago when this came up, which, you know, we've been talking about this for a year now.
Right.
And I believe I did have a conversation with them. The answer, but I will follow up and have it again. The answer was, it depends, right? It is just, they don't have the answer, they have no less ambiguity about the answer as we do. It depends on your needs, it depends on who's available, it depends on what you want them to do. There is not a document that says, there's an old document that looked at it, and the outcome of that document was basically, it depends.
But perhaps they know of another district that has gone through this recently
That we could talk
that
with,
we
sure.
could speak to.
Sure, I'm happy to reach out.
Okay.
This is something that has been going on for 2 years. We have a letter of interest. I'm just ready to go out for this letter of interest
Yes.
because we don't know what we don't know. And until we send that letter out, it doesn't mean we're tied to that decision, but we don't know,
Yep, no, we have to
the
do it.
different landscape
no
that
question.
might be. And at that time, based on that information, we might say, you know what? Let's move forward with looking at in-house. Or we might have our answer based on what we receive.
I think that's what Dr. Schiff was saying, that I said I agree with her. What she said is, let's go ahead with the,
Okay.
and this is what I'm hearing, what you said, is let's go ahead with the letter of interest. In the meantime, find out information
Okay.
about in-house.
So we're all in agreement, or not all in agreement. Sorry, I don't want to speak for Mrs. Justice. I haven't heard from her. I hear 3 that says, let's go out with this letter of interest, and then we'll continue to do the research on in-house. So-
I'm sorry, Mrs. Zork. I'm confused because sometimes I want to speak and I'm not able to, but now I will. Thank you. I would think we should go out for the letter of interest. I think it's fine. I think it's good to have information. Information helps us to make better decisions. And the sooner that we finish this conversation, we can get back to doing the work of the district, which is educating students.
To educate our students, we have to have the money to educate them, so we're looking at how to be efficient with our money so it can go back in the classroom.
Absolutely.
So,
Wonderful.
Mrs.
Well said.
Mrs. Rosar.
I just want to just clarify, I did not say anything that was contrary to going out for letters of interest. I think that we should, we ought to. I just don't want us chasing our tails.
Yeah.
I don't want us to do all of that, the legwork, and have Mr. Carter, go out for letters of interest or whatever the process is, start the process, and then we're back at the table talking about, no, we're not going to do letter of interest, we're going to look for somebody in-house. I just don't want us, it's unfortunate that we have so many different issues at the same time, but I also don't want us to overlook the need of the district in terms of what we may not be utilizing our board attorneys for on a daily basis. So Dr. Moore's input on this has to be critical. It cannot be an isolated decision, because board attorneys, many in-house board attorneys handle day-to-day operations issues, human resources, contractual things. Some may even handle court cases. Obviously, they assist the board with whatever legal services that we need. policies, procedures, legislative items. There's a plethora of work. So I just don't want us chasing our tails at the end of the day with that. But I do agree we need to do something. We need to start the ball rolling. So that was my only concern is, at what point do we do that and then come back to the table? Or do we just decide, with more information, do we decide on in-house? That's where I was.
Mrs. Sork, may I ask a question, please? Thank you. So Mrs. Rosario brought up the evaluation before, and that's kind of how we started this conversation. So as we go out for letters of interest and we have interested individuals coming back to us, at what point will we do the evaluation of the current board attorney so then we can compare the services that we're currently receiving and our happiness with those services, our level of satisfaction for the cost, and then be able to have some, basis for comparison in looking at the letters of interest? I don't know. I'm asking
That
because
was
I
one
like
of
your
the-
idea.
Yeah, that was one of the concerns. Thank you for that, but that was one of my thoughts. Maybe I didn't articulate that well enough when I presented it, but yeah, we have several things compounded at the same time, and you're right, we should come to a point where we're evaluating what we have in order for us to be able to make a decision as to whether we want to move forward or not.
You've heard the joke, change for change's sake, like my weight might change, but I may not be happy about it, right? So we have to know why we're doing what we're doing, and we have some driving factors. Cost is a driving factor here. We need to make sure that we are good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. We also need to know what services exactly we are receiving from our legal counsel. Are we taking advantage of all of the services? I'm looking at hours billed. Are there certain things that we could be having someone else take care of? So that perhaps the hourly rate isn't as high in contracting out some services differently. So, those are questions. I think the FSBA comment was smart. I look forward tomorrow reaching back out to them to see how other districts have done that. Because what we utilize Suzanne for can be also modified if we find that her expertise in school board law is advantageous for this district to continue to access. So I think that, I think the letters of interest is smart. Let's go ahead and go out for that. Let's see what's available, but let's also know what we have so we can make a good decision.
Can I respond to that? I want to be clear that we're not comparing apples to oranges. Evaluating the performance of our current school board attorney is different from looking at letters of interest for people who are applying. We can't do that. However, our school board attorney can submit a letter of interest, providing these are the services I can provide, and then we're comparing apples to apples with what she is suggesting that she does, can, or will provide in comparison to what others suggest that they can provide. And then we're comparing apples to apples. But the evaluation process is different. That's in a different direction. It may give an indication about whether the degree to which we are happy and satisfied with her services in a quantitative way that we have not done. And that's important information. But it's not the information that enables us to compare her to somebody submitting a letter of interest.
And I completely and totally agree with that. In order to be able to make a good decision going forward, as we've discussed, cost is a driving factor for us to do this, but it is not the only factor we will take into consideration. So I think doing an evaluation, having some point of understanding about what the satisfaction is and what we're really getting for the money is important. But I completely 100% agree, and I'm excited to go out for letters of interest. Mrs. Zork is correct. This is something we have talked about for some time. We've talked about school start time. We've talked about a number of things that haven't come to fruition. I'm happy to see that we're moving forward with this one, and I hope that we can move forward on others.
So I have another question, please.
Yes.
Dr. Moore, or I don't know who's going to answer this question, to be honest with you. If we have an in-house, maybe Mr. Fagan, if we have an in-house attorney, do we have to have a paralegal? I'm going to say no. But I'm not sure.
Through the chair, probably the best person to answer that would be a lawyer. But but in terms of the volume of work you are asking, depending on the model and the size of this district, an expert in all fields. So to have a paralegal offset that work, to minimize cost in terms of outsourcing, the answer in terms of what would we be saving money in an in-house model is dependent upon the skills of the individual in which we would bring in and the amount of work that we would have to outsource. So in terms of an in-house model, from a superintendent's perspective, and I don't want to dodge the question, I think on efficiency, we could reduce cost. We can reduce need for counsel just through systems and structures being put in place. Bringing in management that has skills and the abilities to establish expectation and stand behind that expectation with systems and structures also reduces cost. So from the CEO's perspective, I think there's a great deal of cost savings to be had from being effective and efficient in setting expectation and supporting that expectation with systems and structures, where we're being consistent over the course of time, which would require less use, less reactionary use from legal counsel. Is it ever going to go away? Absolutely not. But I know, just in terms of risk, we're taking a number of proactive steps to minimize the impact and exposure we have from risk from being proactive, which is a step under Mr. Fagan's leadership that he has taken, so he gets credit for that, not me, but I'll take it. So there are opportunities moving forward over the next several years to reduce what would be the volume of work for an in-house legal counsel. Is one going to do it for all things? No. There will be opportunities in which you'd have to outsource. So I just want to, hopefully that adds to the conversation regarding, and you don't know what's out there until you put out the letter of interest. But there should be a sequencing in terms of me advising the board. Do we want to do a letter of interest using the same model in which we currently use? And as Ms. Zork said, we can do that and then vet out what it would cost if we went with a lawyer, a paralegal, which Mr. Fagan has done, the additional associated cost, which would give you a bare bones, if everything goes fine, budget. Then you would have to circle back if you went there and said, you know what, we can't find an individual who has the depth of knowledge regarding the different areas, contract, education, facilitating the work of the board members. Is that skill set out there? You won't know until you put out the letter of interest. And if you're not satisfied with that, then going to the in-house model, going through HR, advertising it, or outsourcing the advertisement of it, which you can do that as well, to figure out, do we have the best model that's putting our children first? My responsibility in that is to ensure that we're efficient, effective, to reduce the need of any lawyer, regardless of the model that's you all select.
Yeah, that was my original, one of my first questions to you, so you answered it now. But
sorry.
the person that Dr. Moore, one of the positions that you put forth that the board approved to handle and oversee public records here, in other districts, that is handled by a paralegal. And so I'm not in any way suggesting that we do that here, but just in understanding how the dynamics of a legal department work in a district just as St. Lucy's, they have in-house, they have a paralegal who handles that, and a lot of the work of the public information officer comes from that same department as well.
Through the chair, and
It's just a comment.
different models,
Right.
I believe that it should not be a paralegal. That's a skilled position, additional training and certification. We're going for the highest clerical position. Our struggles with public records has so much to do with the lack of process and systems that we are creating now. And once we have those systems in place, that volume of work will also reduce. I don't think it needs to be a paralegal. I think we can have the systems and structures. Senior staff should have the ability to facilitate the acquisition of those documents for timely processing. So the system and structure, I think, that is an example of minimizing cost, really to maximize the outcomes and services and dollars for kids.
Dr. Moore, and board members, what I'm hearing is, yes, we want to go out for a letter of interest, but I want to also draw your attention to the fact that the potential legal costs for district in-house, what we're missing in this is we're also gaining a full-time employee versus currently we have Mrs. Diagresta that's 30 hours a week with her retainer, is that correct? I think that's the way it works out. Is your retainers based on 30 hours a week?
The work under the retainer is whatever is required.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's 1 hour, or if it's 100 hours, it's whatever the work is required.
Okay,
On average, if you look back
Right.
over several years,
it's 30.
it averages anywhere from 130 hours a month to 150 hours a month. So
Okay.
it fluctuates, of course, depending on what you've got going on, but
Okay. So we have to really look at, the hours that she's spending and then the 40 hours times, X 52 weeks in the year, to see if we're going to be comparing apples to apples here. Also, I still have a question about the paralegal because it just seems like, yes, paralegal / executive assistant would be something that I think we could be doable, because it goes hand in hand with the position. So to say that we have a paralegal and then we would have to add executive assistant, that would be something that I would like to look deeper into that. But really understanding all the costs that are involved, I think this is a good start with the potential cost of in-house, but it doesn't give us the entire picture of what we're looking at.
And through the chair, if you did bring in in-house counsel, his or her opinion regarding 2 assistants versus 1 paralegal, maybe the volume of dollars, giving him or her the flexibility to design the office based on their skill set and need, might be a better way of going versus saying we're budgeting X position versus X dollars and allowing you the flexibility to design your office in a way that can be the most productive.
Okay, this is wrap up.
Yeah, so one of the things that in Mr. Fagan's analysis that I didn't bring up before is that, and in reference to Mrs. Barenborg's comments, St. Lucie employs 2 attorneys and 2 support staff for $290,000, and in reference to Mrs. Barenborg's comment, they still have to go out for a lot. There's still a lot that's not included in that. Our point of reference here is Ms. DeGresta. We have no idea what she actually does back in her office and who she uses and the degree to which she uses paralegals and she uses executive support and she makes copies and has administrative costs and all of those things is not, when we look at the amount of money, we presume it's for one individual. And that may be an erroneous presumption. And so comparing one individual to what may be multiple individuals in other districts, we may be comparing apples to oranges here. Point is, to wrap this conversation up, I'm going to do that in 30 seconds.
Did you make that happen?
I have many talents. With Mrs. Zork as chair's approval, can we direct staff to go out for a letter of interest, decide on the date, because the date that's in this is insufficient? We need a time frame to wrap this up, and just have it be done. Have that go out, and then we will move into round 2 of this round 17 of this conversation, once we get responses to the letter of interest. Right now, it says, I saw one place it said February 14th, I saw another place it said February 20th. Neither of those, though, is much time, as we're now at February 11th.
My question is, do we have to put this on board action, or we just through consensus?
Oh, good question. Oh, we're just directing staff, though.
In most school districts, the purchasing department will issue these types of procurement activities without board approval, with the understanding that the information comes back to you and you make decisions on whatever information is gathered. So, I mean, typically procurement does this without board approval.
And I'm sorry, I know I'm taking extra time here, but in your experience, or how do we make, what's a reasonable amount of time? It's obviously not 4 days, but what would be a reasonable amount of time for this to turn around?
If I may, so the last time we did the RFP for the other legal services excluding general counsel to the board, it was in release for about 1 month. And if you recall, the response was not overwhelming. We didn't have a lot of responses to that RFP. So I would want to at least put this out for at least a month, maybe even 6 weeks, just to make sure that word gets out that we have that opportunity for firms to submit for, just so that we don't get to the due date with, just one or two, so.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we put it out for a month, and then if it's insufficient, extend it for 2 weeks? Would we do that?
No, I would just do 2 months. Why, what's our rush? We're in the
45
process, let's do
days.
it the right way.
All right, can we do 45 days? That's kind of in between.
Certainly. This is a letter of interest. It won't have a bid control number on it, so we have some more flexibility with it. But in the case of a normal bid, we do issue addenda to extend the date if we need to, if the scope changes or something like that. I could probably do that with this, but it's a little bit harder to make sure everybody gets the same information because that control number doesn't exist. So it's best to decide ahead of time before I put it out what the lead time you want on the bid is.
Yeah.
Let's go for 45 days.
I'm okay with 2 months.
Consensus, 45 days?
Sure.
And I don't see a problem with sending it out on February 14th.
No, that was a return.
Through the chair,
Oh, I'm
we'll
sorry.
update the dates based on, keep in mind, we
So
made
whatever's
these
45
over a
days.
month ago, so they're just
Yeah.
samples in terms of
Okay.
dates. We'll update the date, the
Okay.
day that it goes out, and the time frame based on the information you
Okay.
provide us.
All right, perfect. You got it. You got it, yeah. All right, thank you. So we are moving on. Mrs. Berenborg?
Sure.
Sorry, my
Through the chair,
computer, yes,
is the direction to send it out for 45 days?
yes.
Thank you.
So moved.
Yes.
And that's on record.
All right. Done.
Okay. I'm sorry, I lost my computer. Screen,
Mrs. Jessup
Mrs.
but didn't have anything, and then Mrs. Berenborg has
Yes.
2 items.
Okay, so
And then you.
35 minutes for Mrs. Berenborg? Okay.
All right, thank you. If you'll see my 2 items, somewhat related. The workforce housing, I added, but I wanted to make sure that we talked about that first, because this is something, as you recall, the last workshop, I brought some information forward about malls being renovated for housing, things like that. Since then, I have done a little bit of homework, and I wanted to kind of update you as to what homework I've done. So I attended the Affordable Housing Committee and the County Commission's Affordable Housing Committee because I made a call to a commissioner asking about where we are with affordable housing in our county. So then through this, I've learned that what we're really talking about is workforce housing. There's a difference between affordable housing and workforce housing. So I did attend that meeting, learned a few things. Rental incomes, rates, things like that are happening right now. It's between $458 a month to $700 a month, but that's subsidized housing. So that would be for affordable housing. It's totally different when you're looking at workforce housing. There are some projects being proposed, some multifamily projects. Gifford Gardens project is being proposed with the intent that maybe teachers could get in on that. But however, that hasn't even broken ground, and it would be housing versus apartments. So, again, I think I brought up this story about when I first started and how I couldn't even afford an apartment where I worked. So I had to get 2 friends go in together, and we had apartment together. And That camaraderie, though, was an extra part that made me really connect to my school family even more, which I think is important because that's why I think we're having a problem. That's one piece of why retention is a concern. So with the DSEG order and with the fact that we need to put something in our plan to not just recruit but to retain teachers, Dr. Moore and I have had several conversations now about workforce housing and what's available in our community and how we can make it. When you're going out there, I've done this. I've gone to the Florida Teach-In, both as a person looking for a job and a person recruiting teachers. I've gone several times as a principal. And I also went to Michigan on a 5-day route through all the schools in Michigan to recruit teachers. And I will say the same thing happens over and over again. You can get somebody excited about your community, and then they walk to the next booth and they get excited about the next person's community. So we're fighting for the same people when you're going to these things. You've got to say what's unique about our community that somebody's going to want to come here. And I think being in touch with how they can be retained here is most important. And I've learned that through recruiting teachers. So the piece she's handing out right now is for later. So, so where I'm getting at with this is if we can come up with a unique offering that we say to the teachers, we want you to come to Indian River County, and guess what? We have a teacher village you can come live in, where you can start off and be in affordable workforce housing, or you can get a good start, and then from there on, after a couple of years, your salary increases. Maybe you find somebody that you want to cohabitate with, and you can go find a house or an apartment, whatever. So it's a possibility of helping somebody with a start and also a retention. So not just start and get here, and then in a year, oh, we got to kick you out. You've got to go somewhere else. So I think that might be part that we've talked about this, Dr. Moore and I, about possibly putting this into our plan for African American recruitment. And it wouldn't just be African American recruitment, it would be recruiting teachers and employees or whatever. So I did have a conversation with a county commissioner, 2 of them, and separately, not together. And one was very interested in this and would be very interested in having conversation about this. And then I started thinking about other ways we could cross with other governmental officials or other people out there. So I called Realtors Association, and I called the Builders Association, spoke to Maddie at the Builders Association, extremely interested in this. I did speak to some county people that have been on committees with workforce housing, with affordable housing, and said, would you be interested in possibly getting involved in this? Yes, yes, yes. So what I'd like to propose is that we form a committee to look into this as a possibility, whether or not we look into purchasing the old Sears or Macy's and making that into affordable housing, or we look into property that's available in the community, whether or not we get into the job of landlordship. I'm not quite sure that we can do that or we should do that, but I think that that can be explored by a committee of people that are very interested in this topic and helping us. I did meet some people that were at this Affordable Housing Committee that were involved in the Johns Island project. And if you don't know what that is, basically Johns Island helped with creating affordable housing for their employees because they had the same problem. This is not a unique problem. I did speak to our legislators about it, and I did speak to Andrea Messina about it. And one of the ideas I kind of was flirting around there was maybe an appropriations bill, where we look at how can we pay for something like this and then not have to be in the job of being landlords, whereas we could maybe partner with somebody on this. And interestingly enough, we're not the only school board with this problem. Because I sit right next to, when I was recruiting, I would sit right next to another school board that was trying to get the same people I was getting, and neither of us could offer this. So what the heck, let's do it. And if there are, one thing I talked to Andrea about is if there were other school boards out there that have the same unique issue and have maybe old malls that are falling apart or having vacancies or property that's out there that they could look into, then possibly we could work with our legislators to make an appropriations bill working together, but it would have to work with several school boards to be able to do that. I don't think that would go over well with just one school board. So your thoughts on whether or not to form a committee to maybe look into the possibility of doing something like this?
My understanding is that there is a committee who's been working on this, and I'm not sure if that's the committee that you've alluded to, but I know that there are people out in the community who have done some work and some research on this, and I don't know if you've been in communication with them.
Workforce or affordable housing? There's two different.
Specifically affordable housing for county employees and teachers specifically.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I've gotten information on that.
You brought up, Mrs. Zork, I think it was Mrs. Zork, a couple weeks ago, that the district has property it owns that is unused. So I can imagine that would be a part of this conversation, because I don't know anything about it. And either using our own property or however this goes doesn't necessarily mean we're in the landlord business. It may just mean we own the property. And we lease or rent it to others, or there's a property management company. Clearly, we don't want to be landlords. That's not our job. But if we have property that is not being used, that we can put to good use through a development company, a property management company, or some other source, that seems to me, if we're not going to use that property for schools, this is an appropriate use of it. But I don't know about that property, so, other than what you
There,
said.
from my memory, this was about 3 years ago, so I believe we have about 7 parcels that are surplus property. One that I know that we don't want to touch, because that was at South County, and that is a very large piece, and it was always anticipated that it could possibly be used for a future high school. So it's a large piece. That's not the type of parcel I'm thinking of, but we have some smaller acre, 3 to 5 acre parcels, and I don't know how we accumulated those, but we have them, and that is something that I had actually talked to Dr. Rundell about, is because 3 years ago, Miami started looking into this, and I said, we have these properties, is there any way that we could develop a private-public partnership with a developer? We donate the property, and it's used for our teachers. And I think, Dr. Moore, do you have any information now on what Miami's doing with that?
Through the chair, very similar to the last conversation. That was a initiative they started 3 years ago to use land that was downtown, really to build what would be apartments for workforce housing, would be strictly for teachers. In terms of this work, I think you do start with an exploratory committee to establish interest. The angles or ways in which to approach this work are many. So really looking at what is unique about this particular community, and really designing a plan, whether that we use our land, whether we rely on other individuals, whether we pursue a legislative process, really is unique. And it is a good, innovative conversation to have. You're right, not just Florida, but across the nation, people are struggling with recruiting teachers to their communities. So this would be one unique, innovative way that we could possibly attract individuals, young individuals, to come invest in our system, and then as a result of being part of our community, invest in our community over the course of the long haul.
So, Mrs. Berenborg, I think that is a good suggestion. My personal view is, have it go through the committee. There's also a piece of, there was some property that I think it was one of the performing arts centers built the Sun Suites or something like that over by Dodgertown, because they were having a problem, because they were having to rent apartments during season for the actors and individuals coming in. So they ended up building Sun Suite, I think that's the name of it. And it's, whenever they're not here, it's actually rented out for almost like a hotel suite type of arrangement, where it's opened up to the public to rent that. And so I think there, it is being done in our community, and I would love having a committee look into this further.
So is that a committee that we set up, an exploratory committee that we set up with community members and different constituents?
Experts. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Zork. Mrs. Barenborg, this is a wonderful idea. It's something we have discussed a number of times, and you're right, it is happening around the country. Workforce housing versus affordable housing is an important differentiation, because we will, if we do go on this venture, whether it's our property or another adjacent property to one of our campuses, we would want this type of investment to really be able to support teachers and support staff. So I'm excited to see your focus on that, and I'd like to help in any way possible. I'm excited for a committee to start, and much like the county commission, as I spoke about their affordable housing committee, they did an excellent job of really getting a broad-based opinion group from the community, of not only people that were concerned about this issue, but people that are involved in industries that can truly help us to make it happen. So I am aware of a number of different opportunities in this area, and I look forward to exploring it further. I won't take up your time mentioning them right now, but I hope that we'll be able to have some committee reports, and I'd like to continue working with you on this. So perhaps we could call a special meeting that we could notice, and board members could attend privately to talk, and in the sunshine, in this room, to have a conversation specifically about this in a more relaxed setting.
Sure, I invite that. I also think that, your point about is this our committee or not, we have a concern, and our concern is that we need to retain and recruit and retain teachers, especially minority teachers. And we need to do something that's unique. Bold. But I think it needs to be our committee. It needs to be, because when I had conversations with county commissioners, it was, well, it's not available to all, I'm not interested, was one of the comments. Another comment was, and what they meant is we weren't making it affordable housing for all. And when I explained, no, this is workforce housing, I'm not saying we can limit it to teachers, but if it's our property and we want to call it teacher village and have it something like that, I'm not sure if there are rules against that, but we need to explore it. So I don't think it's our job to explore that. I think it's a job of a committee to explore that. But I think that I have contacted or had people contact me that have been about 6 or 7 people already interested in helping us with this sort of thing. And it's specifically to our need, which is to recruit and retain teachers, especially minority teachers.
And just to echo that point, I agree with you. The interesting thing about affordable housing versus workforce housing, and there has been some controversy around it, because affordable housing would be for a certain segment of the population that is making under a certain amount of money. And I would imagine that those people, and I do know it to be the case, they are essentially essential service people to our community as well. So this is in no way an effort to somehow cut out a part of our community at all. But I do agree that we need to take care of our own. This is our school family. We have made a commitment in hiring more minority teachers into our district. This is one way that we can go about really making something happen. Many of you might be aware of the work that Andres Dwani has done at the Three Corners Project, or the Centennial Place Project here in Vero Beach at the base of the 17th Street Bridge. I am lucky enough to be able to have a good relationship with Andres. He knows my husband through the work that they've done in development in Indian River County, and he's very excited about being a part of working on something. So I think it would be wonderful to see how we can kind of engage his expertise perhaps with a committee or someone from his firm that may come just in a pro bono, let's see what's going on and how we can be a part of it to make Indian River County the best place it can be. So lots of great ideas. How do we get this committee going?
We schedule a
post it out
workshop. Dr. Schiff.
Well, can't we, as a board, just make our own committees? We have the equity committee, which is court-required and coin, but why can't we, as a board, simply say, we're going to create a workforce housing committee? I mean, there's innumerable committees that,
That's what I'm asking for.
that I think we've
That's what I'm
thought about.
asking for.
We can.
So let's just have a
do
board
it.
committee, and then the board committee is noticed. It happens in the sunshine. Whoever shows up, shows up. I mean, done, and it should be the first of many, frankly. Or first of several.
And I
maybe
guess
not
the
many.
question is, how would you like to go about it? Putting something on the website and inviting anybody that wants to participate? Or is there another way?
Just as I coordinated the interlocal government workshop,
That's a good idea.
this is your baby.
Yay.
So if you want to create that workshop, and then after that workshop, my suggestion is we take that to the next level of, inviting committee members to come in on that.
Sure.
So do you want to work with Nancy, put together the workshop?
You can't. I gotta go through
No,
Nancy.
I'll
You
help
work
in
with
any way.
Nancy,
I'd
put together
love
the
to.
workshop, and invite who you want to come to that.
Sure.
And then Nancy can notice us and
Sounds good.
go forward from there.
Alrighty.
So you have, how much time does she have?
17 minutes.
Okay, so you got an email that says housing, but it's really legislative update. So if you'd
Okay.
like to pull up that email, I want to show you my color coding system. I have updated as of 5 minutes before the meeting. And I will say that I was only able to update the House side of it because of time. They met yesterday, the day before, or Friday, Thursday. I mean, it's crazy up there right now. So I will say this, I will update the Senate side of it too, but again, I'll find myself updating it again this week because it's constantly changing and evolving. But I wanted to kind of give you a glimpse or an idea of what's happening up in Tallahassee. I spent last week a couple of days up in Tallahassee, and I attended several things. Let's see, the Education Committee on January 30th, interesting, what's coming up. I'll just give you kind of some highlights of what were some discussions. The School Safety Bill, which is, it's not, I'm not sure if they've renamed this, it's EDC, PCP EDC 2002. I think it is now considered a bill. It's basically an amendment to this, what?
No, I was
Okay.
saying, take
It's
my
an
salary
amendment
bill.
to the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act, and basically, they're talking about pre-arrest diversions, limiting citations, model family reunification plan. I did call the superintendent. I think I texted you during the meeting and said, you can be docked for this one, so you better pay attention to this one because they can dock his pay. He said, I'm on it. It's already not a problem, so I said, good. Mental health assessments by 30 days and services must be timely. Those are things that are being discussed. More local authority to local boards, school boards, especially for resource officers and levying millage for that. So more school board policies on Baker Acts. Too many kids are being Baker Acted. That was a long discussion on that. And then mental services beyond school. So those are all conversations that I heard during this meeting that were extremely supported. Then when you look at school choice, that was another one that came up that I sat through, interesting revisions in the Hope Scholarship, Florida Empowerment Scholarship and changes. Then I had a couple other meetings. I also attended State Affairs Committee meeting. The interesting ones that came up there, I sat through the ones that had anything to do with education, and then I got up when it got really boring to me. But anyway, because it wasn't on what I wanted to listen to. The interesting one was the U.S. Space Command, U.S. Space Force memorial sponsor that it went through with a shining yes, and at least in that committee. And then HB 37 on school bus safety. This is interesting. This is very interesting. They're going to double the penalties if you go buy a school bus. And there was a lot of conversation about whether or not to use the cameras on school buses and whether or not legally they could do that, and that was kind of shot down. So it's going to be still up to law enforcement to catch them doing that, but if they catch them doing that, it's going to be a hefty fine and points on their license and possibly removal of their license. So there's going to be a lot, if this goes through, there's going to be a lot of information, ads, things like that coming out about it. So that was very interesting to listen to. I had a meeting, Representative Grawl gave me 2 hours on Friday afternoon because she was really busy on Thursday, couldn't see her, but on Friday afternoon, I got that special time, which is great. We talked about our platform. I gave her our platform again, talked about our legislative priorities. They were very much in line with what she intends to vote for and what she supports. Teacher pay is something I brought up again. Interestingly, when I was there is when the House and the Senate both brought up their first budget. You know, that will be definitely tweaked lots of times, but it's interesting to see that they took out, both of them took out the bonus pay for teachers, but the House wanted to give teacher pay a lot more than the Senate. So keep your eye on what's happening with that budget, because that will change a lot, I'm sure. But it was interesting, the first one that came out. Pre-K bills for early learning and VPK are out there and moving along, so they're interesting to pay attention to. Sadowski Act, which was one that I was very interested in because it was about affordable housing. And so I sat in that meeting, and they were talking about Sadowski Act is an act where it says the counties get so much money for affordable housing. But what happens is, typically, in the last couple of years, when the budget has to be approved and they have to have, pass a budget that's, you know, balanced, that winds up getting nipped. And so whether or not that's breaking their own law, whatever, that was an interesting conversation that came up. So I reminded Representative Burrell about how important that was for us specifically, and did speak to her about my concerns about us needing affordable housing for our teachers. I did get 2 hours also with the executive director of Just Read Florida, who is now our new assistant superintendent for curriculum instruction. And wow, I'm very impressed. He's already on our data. He showed me stuff, maybe you shouldn't have shown me, but it was quite interesting, and it was available data. Anybody can look it up. So he just pointed it out to me. But he's on it. He already knows, under the direction of Dr. Moore. That's what he kept saying. So I thought that was interesting. I think we're very lucky to have him.
Yes.
And the best standards came out while I was there. I've already seen on Facebook some people picking them apart and saying, look, this hasn't changed at all. Well, the one I saw on Facebook was quite interesting to me. Having been a teacher in 3rd grade, having been a teacher in early grades, phonics went out the door when I taught 2nd grade at Dodgertown, and in came whole language.
Yeah.
And guess what? We found out that that didn't work. I didn't get rid of it totally. I kept it. And several of us did, that had been teachers that knew, because we felt like, how can you not teach phonics to kids? And so the specific standard I saw being criticized on Facebook, of course, when you take anything out of context, and one person said, see, this is exactly the same. Well, phonics is phonics. So when you're looking at the standards, what I'm going to say is I haven't been able to look at them all yet. I've only perused a little tiny bit. And I'm not the expert in reading or math, but I do know enough to look at the standard and say, what is being interpreted? I have great hopes for those standards, but I also know we're going to get people criticizing them that they haven't really been thrown out. So just know that people can skew that data any way they want, and we know that from lots of things. If you look at the updates I gave you, you'll see some in yellow and some in green. The ones in yellow are moving through committees but haven't hit the floor yet. The ones in green have been released to the floor, which means that they've already gone through 2 or 3 committees and they've proved favorable. Like I said, I've only gotten to do the House side. I'll finish the Senate side and color code that and send it to you when I get that done. But again, it'll probably have to be revised next week.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Terry, I just want to say thank you so much
for going to this detail and doing this. This is an area that we've really been weak in over the past few years, and I'm so glad to have more legislative information coming to this board. I think it's going to help us to improve our legislative platform and to be better advocates for our students.
Oh, thank you. I will say, one that's of interest, I'm going to point out a couple of interest. HJR 157, term limits for school board members.
I saw that.
Yeah, and there's a very interesting article that's going around right now about that, and the pros and cons and how we feel about that. You know, I see positives and negatives in people that stay on boards for longer than 8 years, and it's interesting, the conversation that's going on about that. So that one's moving quite, well, as you can see, it's already on the House floor. So if you look at the companion bill, SJR 1480, SJR 1216, I'm going to look at the Senate side of that and say, where is it in the Senate? Because, again, things die in messages. So it might go right to the floor in the House, and it might not get to the Senate. So we'll see. The other one that I thought was quite interesting, this athletic trainers one moved through pretty quick, 485. And 581 is civic education. And you might have heard the governor speak about the importance of civics and how that came out in the standards. So that is the one that's linked to that. And workforce education, if you'll see 725. We need to pay particular attention to that with our CTE programs and our Treasure Coast College.
I've been, thank you for doing, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Barenborg, for putting this together for us. I've been kind of perusing through this list. I haven't seen what I'm looking for. Have you come across or have you heard of anything with regard to ice tubs for our sports programs?
Yes.
And if so, where would that be?
I'm not sure if it's the one in the athletic trainers. There are 137 bills just about education. And I don't have them all memorized, but I do remember hearing about the ice baths, yes.
So I heard that that was coming through. I'm not sure where it is. I don't even know what it's called. But I've been looking for it and I just cannot find it. So if you can find it for me and.
On
just
ice
kinda-
baths?
Yeah, on the ice tubs, mandating ice tubs. So the whole idea is that ice tubs, though highly recommended, had not been mandatory for sports programs. And especially in Florida, they can actually save lives.
They can also shock kids too. So having been an athletic trainer in college, you know, there's a pro and a con out there for
Well,
that.
there are ways of using it correctly. But, I mean, when you have a child whose body temperature is where your internal organs are on fire, essentially, and you need to regulate that, the ice tubs have been incredibly beneficial for many students. So, anyway, I've been looking for that, and I can't find that anywhere. But if you find it, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I'm
If you
sure
just
I might
kinda
have.
point it out.
I might have missed a few because there are, I think, last I heard was 3,400 bills that were being proposed, something like that. So that's why I'm kind of like, I've heard of the ice tub thing, but I don't remember where exactly it was and which bill. If you'll notice the handout that Nancy gave you, that is for that committee conversation. So I wanted to give you more information about when I attended the Treasure Coast Council of Local Governments meeting. And I think that's all I have for this. Interesting, though, to sit in those committees. I sat in innovation last year, and almost everything I heard went towards charter schools. This year, not so much. This year was interesting. This year is more of a focus on teacher pay, on looking at more education topics that help us and charter schools as well.
One of the topics that we had talked about on our platform, mental health, and I know that Florida School Board Association also adopted that one. What are you seeing talked about on that?
If you look, I think I highlighted a couple of those. There are some on mental health. The one for Marjorie Stoneman Douglas goes into mandatory mental health. What was it? I mentioned that one already. Within 30 days, they have to get the support. I know we had a brief conversation about
Are you
that.
looking at funding on that?
I'm not sure. That one is moving pretty far along.
Okay, good. Good. All right.
I'm good,
You're
unless
good?
anybody has a question.
Anybody else? Nope.
House Bill 7011.
70 what?
7011, House Bill 7011 is your ice tub
Oh,
statute.
thank you for looking that up. Did I even get it?
I just read that. It doesn't say anything about, but I guess it's included in there.
If you read the bill.
You gotta read through
You gotta
it.
read the,
Yeah.
some of these bills, for example, the early learning bill is 137 pages. So I haven't read every single page of every single bill.
Come on, Terry.
No, but I will say it's, when a bill interests me, then I'll go to the text and really kind of get an idea. And that's why I like to sit in the committees or watch the committees. You are more than welcome to watch the committees anytime you want, because it becomes more interesting to do that than to read the entire 137
Kind of
page
sift out
text.
the things that are rising to the
Yes.
biggest issues in it.
Yes.
So you get an overview.
And they also make it in layman's terms when they're in committee. versus reading through the bill's text.
You don't get your popcorn out, the juicy bill?
Some of them.
Mrs. Zork, I think Mrs. Barrenborg is done with her item. We have committee reports here. Treasure Coast Council of Local Governments, I believe Mrs. Barrenborg will be speaking on that, and I have 2 committee reports for you today.
Okay. So, I'm going to go into my item, and my item is School Board Foundation. You know, this board, we've been very bold and courageous in things that we've done. We're not just doing the same thing over and over and getting the same results. I think we're thinking outside the box, just as Mrs. Barrenborg had brought up today about the workforce committee and what can we do. One thing, when I got on the board 3 years ago, it was always brought to my attention whenever I would meet with our CFO at the time. I have this initiative or that initiative, and when I met with the superintendent, the question was always, that's a great idea, how are we going to pay for it? So over the last couple of years, I've really been thinking about, there's a lot of things that, as board members, that we would like to work on, but there is just no money. I mean, all the money goes, you know, where staff is telling us it needs to go, but there's also other initiatives that we as board members want to work on. Example, workforce housing for our teachers. So I've started looking at how have other districts around the country got beyond not having the funds. So what I've come across, and I pulled up an example, and you'll see that through Indian River State College. What other school districts are doing around the country are their school board's creating a foundation. It's a nonprofit, so that they can draft the nonprofit, they can draft the overview of what the goals are of the nonprofit, and it's the school boards where we as a school board and we as a district, we fundraise for our own initiatives that we have, i.e. workforce housing. You know, yes, we might have the land, but how would we pay for the buildings? So foundations across the country, the way that, you know, it's really built around how the board wants to set it up. But it could be to support capital projects, improve and enhance student accessibility, improve the learning environment. One thing that has really laid heavy on my mind over the last couple of years is there's a lot of initiatives that I would like to see us have, and we just can't afford it. One being new teachers, when they come into the district, I would like to be able to say, here's X amount for all new teachers, you know, that you have coming into the classroom so that you can set up. And I'm just giving you an example of what I think, how we could get creative with this. And I would like to say to our new teachers, you know, here's $1,000. Use this to set up your classroom. Another area that I see that's lacking is whenever teachers have these initiatives and these ideas of, you know, projects that they want to get off the ground, but it takes money to do these. I'm going to give you a prime example. Mrs. Sleeper over at Gifford Middle for several years has wanted to start a after-school STEM initiative, more hands-on project, and she was having a hard time finding the funding for that. So finally she found it. But those are the type of initiatives that if we could have our own funding that we bring in, and then us as a board, we're able to look at that and say, yes, we want to fund that. You know, we would have a process, a yearly process. It could be a quarterly process, however we decide to set it up. But I think that we need to be able to get creative on how we also bring in money so that we can have funding initiatives that we can do as a board. And I would like to, I've talked to Dr. Moore about this, and I would like to get his point of view on this before we go into questions or comments.
Thank you. So it's unique coming into a district that had its own foundation of new initiatives, really define the priorities. Not only did we fundraise, whether it be a superintendent's 5K, which is not something I would recommend here.
Why not?
Maybe a golf tournament, maybe a golf tournament. I'm working on it, got my goals.
I'm all for the golf tournament.
So it clearly defined priorities. That foundation was surrounded around new educational initiatives to upload or onboard new initiatives, some of which you just described in your words. But at the same time, to align the resources that are available within the county. So what is unique and a selling point for Indian River is the philanthropic, the level of commitment individuals make regarding what is taking place in schools, and the opportunity to align those resources and ensure that they are coordinated in a way to move the needle as quickly as possible is work that I'm currently doing or just now taking off on, looking at all of the outside resources that are available. You've heard me mention a few times regarding impact. We provide access in many cases to different organizations. Are we seeing the return on investment? And as you voiced here, not having enough money in some cases may not necessarily be the case. There may be money that's being provided, but not necessarily aligned to the defined need. And that's an opportunity as a board and as leadership. We need to assure that as we define priorities, we're being proactive in identifying sources and opportunities to address that need. It's a need-driven approach. You bringing this item is a unique way of looking at this perspective. Right now, I'm following the approach of coordinating and ensuring that all of the efforts and foundations that are out there are aligned, and we're connecting them to where we need impact as a community.
Okay. Mrs. Barrenborn and Mrs. Rosario?
Sure, I have a couple of questions about this. Having served on the Education Foundation Board of St. Lucie County for 3 years, some of the initiatives you just brought up were some that we were able to fund. For example, class projects, things like that. And I know that our Ed Foundation does that as well. Where would this fit with the Ed Foundation Board? And would we be in conflict? Would we be aligning ourselves? Would we want to discuss it with them to make sure that we're not stepping on each other's toes? How do we go about doing this without offending anybody else?
I believe down in Miami, there's an education foundation. Is that correct? There's an education foundation in every school district. Is that?
Through the chair, I can't speak to every district.
Okay,
There is
yeah.
the Ed Fund, the
Right.
Ed Foundation, which is very supportive of the school system, very similar to how it is here.
Right.
But I guess my question is, would they have different
We would not.
projects or funding? I mean, could we align it so that we're not stepping on each other's toes, so that we're supporting each other?
Absolutely. I think that because we have other groups like Learning Alliance, really, when we set this up, the part about it is, as we see needs, if we were to go with the workforce housing, as we see needs, and then that would be the areas that we would go after. But definitely, we wouldn't want to overlap with what the other groups are doing. Go ahead.
Dr. Moore and I briefly talked about this in our last meeting, and it's so interesting because it's so right at the cusp of, or right at the point of myself also bringing this forth before you all. When we were at FSBA, I attended, I don't know who else was there, but I attended one of the sessions on an Orange County Public Schools was providing it, and there was a collaboration that they put forth, and it was really a collaboration that the superintendent engaged faith-based communities in their area to adopt schools but not for the purpose of, of their own personal vision or mission, but rather to adopt schools and mentor children and mentor students and tutor them and that sort of thing. And they used, and the whole purpose of the whole way that they funded it is through their own foundation. So if you go on Orange County Public Schools, if you all have your computers and you just go there real quick, they have an incredible public, I guess, relations piece to it. They have a folder, they have all kinds of materials, brochures. And what they said in their session was that it does not, the way that they've worked it out is that it does not impede the work of their community foundation, education foundation. So the Community Education Foundation, though also philanthropic and, doing certain projects for schools, but they also have other projects that they engage in. The school, Orange County Public Schools Foundation, works specifically with just the school items. So specifically to what you were mentioning,
Mrs. Zork.
Mrs. Zork. And they also do Read to Success and impact grants for teachers. They have a Hall of Fame. They have, I'm going to ask you if you're there on the very left-hand side, and I am sorry, Dr. Moore, that you don't have, or any of the leadership here, that you don't have your computer there, but there's a link that says Foundation for OCPS Site. If you click that one, it says Foundation for OCPS Site.
That's the main page?
Where are you, no, not that one. So you want to go, oh, maybe you are there. Okay, so this is the main page, right? OCPS.net. On the left, there is a link. Let me show you here.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Foundation for OCPS site. On this site, and actually the entire web link says foundationforocps.org, in case anybody else wants to go there. And they've actually really nicely put together how they're run, what their purpose is for, how people can get involved, engaged, events, how to support their schools, the top talent. I mean, it is just really put together quite nicely. So to answer your question, no, it doesn't step on anyone's toes. We can do it independently. We do not have one of our own, and I would love for our district to begin moving in this direction.
Well, one item that we've all talked about is the incubation process for it to be sustainable for our district is funding a grant writer. That is, those type of unique opportunities that we know we need, but we've just not been able to identify those funds yet. That would be something that, we could, if we had something like this, we could pay for it the first year out of the foundation, and then if it's working out, then the school district perhaps could take on that as a cost. I don't know. I'm just throwing thoughts out here.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
I 100% agree. There needs to be someone who oversees and seeks opportunities to explore grants, not philanthropic grants, but above and beyond at the state and federal level. That position could fund itself 10 times over with the additional resources by taking that proactive approach to go and find the funds to enhance programming and resources and teaching positions that are just waiting to be accessed. So you will see a position of that nature coming in May when we do
Okay, great.
the final realignment.
Mrs. Zork, also, this position, Dr. Moore, I don't know if I shared it with you, this grant department in Orange County, what they shared is that they are a department of two, and that there are two employees who head up anything related to their foundation. And as a result, I just would like to share a little glimpse of the impact grants that have been awarded, and all for, obviously, its teacher impact. So arts education impact grants, $14,920 was awarded to 33 teachers. And it impacted over 7,000 students. The Bond Foundation WOMS Science Impact Grants, those totaled $17,193 awarded to schools, 43 teachers, and it impacted close to 5,000 students. The, skipping down, nonfiction classroom library impact grants, $39,000, close to $40,000 in grants were awarded to 33 teachers, impacting close to 11,000 students. The possibilities are endless. And though this is already a well-established foundation, it's nice to know that we can look forward to one day having something very similar, if not better. Okay?
So I hear one other board member that likes the idea of moving forward and researching this further and seeing what we could do to.
Well, I think if I
Absolutely.
can, it's not uncommon in higher ed for stuff like this. I mean, we have this at FAU, and what it does is there are development officers who specifically raise money for the foundation that pay for things that enable us to do things outside of restrictions on grants or federal money or state money, so it allows a lot more flexibility in how the money gets spent. I'm not as familiar with it at the K-12 level, but if there are districts that do it, it sounds like, A, it's not reinventing the wheel, B, there's a lot of wealth in this community that is committed to education. There's no reason that we can't inspire some of our local existing foundations or people who are connected with this work to help us set up something like this to be able to go above what our limited state and other dollars enable us to do. So.
Would you like to speak to?
Sure, thank you, Mrs. Zork. You're right, this is a very philanthropic town. We're very lucky that we have so many community partners that like to give back and community partnerships that we have with organizations. The important thing that I've seen over my time on the school board is that the work that we do with our community partners has to support the work that's happening in the schools. It can't be a hindrance. We can't do work in spite of those partnerships. It has to be aligned, as Dr. Moore said, with the vision and the goals of the school district in educating our students. This is a unique opportunity to find some funding for initiatives and make sure that that they are aligned. We can serve as an example, I think, for our community in showing how a new program may specifically address the needs that the district has identified. So I think this is a good idea. I think it requires probably some more investigation and some more research, but it's interesting, and I think it's something as philanthropy continues to evolve in our community, which it will. If you know anything about philanthropy, there are some projections about the way that philanthropic dollars will be spent over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. We see some changes. I think it's going to probably be important that the school district takes some control over how those dollars are being raised and how they're directly affecting students in our classrooms. So I think it's a great idea. I'm happy to support it, and I look forward to seeing where we go with this. I think it's probably going to take a little bit of time to pull together, but thank you for bringing it forward.
If I could come back for a second. When we went through the budget process last year, one of the things that I requested that we didn't fund, but it was a grants writer. I think we miss out on an extraordinary amount of money because we don't have a person whose job it is to go after it. So there's grants, and that money is generally designated for a particular thing. Philanthropic money generally in my experience, I could be wrong, but has less restrictions. It comes from different sources, it's not subject to tax issues and state and federal restrictions and all of those things. The challenge, though, that we also have is not only we don't have a grant writer, we don't have a development officer, or at least not that I'm aware of. If we do, I've missed that person.
We do not.
But a development officer is the person who does this. And a development officer and a grants person could be one and the same, or they have two separate directions. And at the risk of not quite throwing Mrs. Maddox, not really under the bus, but inside of some of the work she does that's connected with our relationships in the community, it's appropriate in a unit like that to have a development officer, to have somebody, I mean, I'm, you know, doing reorganization charts here in my head.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna.
But there are places that it fits with the work that we do. And I don't know how, as we head into budget season, which will imminently be upon us, we start creating some of the resources and perhaps other areas that we're saving, because, you know, yes, we have to spend money for it, but we're passing up so much money because we don't have anybody to go after it. I mean, it's a big thing in the grant world. Like, there's tons of money out there that nobody goes after to do the things we want to do. And like what you said, what a great, you know, giving teachers money so that they can set up their classroom, they can buy the resources they need. Yeah. So, yeah.
Sounds like that position's coming.
Set up the infrastructure. Go ahead.
So you look at Miss
Mrs. Maddox.
I know, I was trying to tie Miss Maddox to the event we just had.
Right,
The Teacher of the
right.
Year. And I think every single one of us would say that was absolutely amazing. And then from a system standpoint, I just see the amount of time, both on the front and the back end, where she's raising and collecting and then working hard. She literally told me, I'm going to pay this person myself out of my pocket. It's true. So when you look at it from that standpoint, and the reality is, you know, people in our community stood up and want to get behind that work, and we're appreciative of that. But having that system and structure in place would make things a little bit easier for us in terms of the human resource, the limited human resources that we do have. Do want to signify, a grants writer should be staffed by the district to fund teaching position, going after large grants, innovative programming in schools. The positions that, I'm not looking at the website, but I assume that's probably positions funded through that foundation itself. I don't know, but those would be things down the line. We would kind of task out or stage out what this would look over the course of several years.
And to that point, I was going to bring up Executive Roundtable because I served as an alternate for Mrs. Berenborg this past month, but, you know, something like the Superintendent's Art Gallery is another area where we have kind of begged, borrowed, and installed, and occasionally pulled out the credit card to fund something that really is best for kids. It's good for the district, it's good for the art teachers, it's good for it's a good thing to have happen, and right now what you see is individuals spearheading things on their own, and it's wonderful, but I will speak from experience, it's an enormous amount of work.
Right.
And
So that's exactly the type of projects that I visualize this being able to fund at first, because, you know, at first, maybe I shouldn't limit my expectations, but if, you know, the first couple years, it might not be as big as it might be as we grow it. So I definitely see things like that when our Teacher of the Year gala and things.
Isn't there, I don't know if we're allowed to do this, but if we had, and you know, when you mentioned Mrs. Maddox, it's because you're so good at this. I think about how, you know, you draw people in, you create these amazing events. If we had a foundation, can't a foundation sponsor events in support of the district that fundraise? Like, why can't we do that? Why can't we do fundraising events? We can't do it necessarily directly through district and district resources. But a foundation, as I understand it, runs parallel to that and can be both a income raising opportunity as well as an income harboring, hosting, I don't know what the word
That's
is.
what Dr. Moore had mentioned Miami did down there, is they had the superintendent 5K, so they were raising money for the
Yeah, like why can't we-
foundation.
Through the chair, these would be, as the board, these are the priorities that we want to fund, which we would vet out and approve and then fundraise. So the Teacher of the Year Gala would be something that we would fund, very similar to Miami. There's programming in our district where every single eighth grader goes in, to the Performing Arts Center and sees a full production of a play. They fund that. I think it was Ms. Justice saying there's students who live in this county who have not seen the ocean. That would be something to fund where you take them down. Just defining what the priorities, looking at the gaps that are in our district with what not being funded through philanthropic organizations who are doing good, hard work. There are things that fall in the middle that we can say, you know what, let's fill in the gap here. These are the priorities that we want to fund to move the work forward.
So the question that becomes obvious to me when you say that is, we do have an enormous amount of community stakeholders who do spend a lot of money supporting our schools and our students. Are they aligned with the work that we're doing? And if they're not filling the gaps, if they're not aligned with the work, I know I've heard you speak to this before, but as we evolve and go through this process of making sure we're best by kids in our schools, how do those relationships change and grow? Because in the interim, while we begin to get this off the ground, what I'm hearing is that perhaps sometimes those gaps aren't being filled. Do we have a clear process? And this is probably a conversation for another time, but I'd like to raise it now. Do we have a clear process for what it means to do business with the School District of Indian River County and to be a stakeholder and what that relationship looks like?
Through the chair, and that is the absolute right question to ask. I think it's our responsibility to say, these are where our needs are. This is where our children are struggling. These are the social emotional support systems that need to be developed. We live with our children. We love our children from the time they arrive to the time that they leave, in many cases for additional 3 or 4 hours after that. We need to be selling the narrative on where the need is. I think what we currently have are good-hearted, great people who want to help and are defining a need that may not be the absolute best need. Is their heart in the wrong place? Absolutely not.
Right.
But as we build this relationship that we're now working on across all these organizations, we need to be open and honest about, this is where that gap is. This is where this hole is that we need to fill. And I believe in my heart, a lot of times the response is going to be, well, no one ever told me that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to do this because as I grew up, this is what I experienced, and this is what I want to do. And that is a need. But as we evolve over time, as a community, as our children, their experiences and where they're finding gaps is drastically changing. So what I needed as a child when I was young, and I needed a lot, is different than what children need now. So it's really us being the author of where that need is. So these outside organizations who have every desire and need to help us, we're getting the best out of those dollars. So those are the conversations that we're starting to work through now.
Great. Thank you.
So, in moving forward, in the interests of wrapping up our conversation, which I know is your designation, but perhaps we could put on because this is actually the kind of thing that boards do, right? In non-public settings, boards and organizations are charged with exactly these kinds of things. It seems to me that that this is something as a board that we can start putting together and not be laying more on staff, but rather let's put on our next board, what's our wish list? What's our wish list? What if we had the ability to go create stuff like this? What's the wish list? I don't know what is the process of creating a foundation. I don't know the legal, how you do that. But in order to do that, we need to know what we want to do with it. And as Dr. Moore is pointing out, how we may want to redirect some of the resources that are out there. I'd suggest we put that on a topic for a future board discussion so that we can start crafting that conversation and help streamlining what it is that we want to do with what dollars and where we might look for them and how we as a board can start using our resources and our capacity to do that.
Okay.
Can I ask Mrs. Zork if you could contact Ed Foundation Board President, or I know they have an interim director, just to kind of give them a heads up of what we're doing. I think in all transparency that if we're looking at creating a foundation, somebody might interpret that as stepping on somebody's toes. I just want to see if we can have a conversation with them before we go about this.
I think where the perception might be, because it is a foundation.
Right.
It doesn't have to be called a foundation. We're not competing.
I know, but I just want to
No.
make sure that people know that we're not trying to compete. That's
Right.
all. I'm just trying to get it out there so that people don't interpret that the wrong way.
As a public entity, what we do is different than what they do.
I know.
And, well,
But they do support educators, they do support projects that you've brought up. I've been on one of those boards, so I know that they do. As a matter of fact, in St. Lucie, we gave new teachers some money to start their classroom. So it's stuff that they do that I'm saying, instead of being redundant, maybe look at where can we both fit in the needs and the gaps.
I think that's probably a conversation that Dr. Moore would need to have with them.
Well,
versus
whoever.
me.
I just think that we
Yeah.
need to have that conversation.
All right, so Mrs. Justice had brought up, and I went through my, my agenda several times and online, and I'm not finding where that item for the committees, so I apologize. I
Oh, no,
haven't
it's
seen
fine.
it.
Mrs.
Do you-
Barrenborg put on, I'm sorry, I have an agenda here. It says, board committee reports added TCCLG. Is that all the handouts that you gave us regarding Treasure Coast of Council?
Yeah, I
of
just
Local
want to briefly
Governments?
tell you
just
what that is.
All right,
Great.
so I didn't
Thank you
see
for
that.
bringing those handouts. How was that meeting?
They've been very interesting. The meeting before this, I want to bring up something that was brought up, and I've already contacted Dr. Moore about it, making sure that Mrs. Maddox knows about this as well, is we had a presentation about the census and how important it is, and how many dollars we didn't get because of people misunderstanding either the forms that came, because there are two different forms. One's a short form, one's a long form. I was lucky enough to get a long form the other day, so I know now what that means. But I will say, and those are not given out to everybody, they're just randomly given, I learned that. But what this lady that came and presented, she was quite informative. I sent her information. I don't know if you've received it, but I sent it to Dr. Moore. Okay, great. Because I was wowed by the numbers that she gave us and the information that people probably have a misunderstanding about, which is, for example, they're afraid to say, fill out the forms and stuff because they're afraid of people knowing what they have or how, everything's confidential. And whether or not somebody is actually legitimately living where they are is confidential. So it's getting the word out and the message out correctly, and also making sure that that stuff is confidential, because I did have some concerns about that as well. But it was very interesting how many dollars we have lost in our county, specifically our school board, because those dollars are directly related to Title I services, to ESE, to the money that comes from the state. So that's why I thought the census presentation was quite interesting, and we should have it at least at our board meeting or somewhere else.
Committee to represent the school district, and due to the dates that they've had the meetings, I have a backup in place, which is Lori Webb. So she's attended the meetings, and I'm going this Thursday. But we do have census information up on our website, and we will be pushing that out as we receive it from the census committee. So
Yeah.
it's all set up now.
I think her speech was powerful, and it was like eye-opening for me. And I was one of those people that saw the census report and went, that's a long thing to fill out, but now I understand why it was so important. And I knew why before, but I think a lot of people just kind of throw that stuff out and wait for a person to come to the door. So that was interesting. The other thing, this last week's conversation that came up was, that's where Peter O'Brien runs a meeting. He talked about 3,400 bills being filed this year, and 137 were just education bills. However, that number is ever changing, because when a committee decides to put forward a bill or change something like an executive order into a bill, now we have another bill. So that's why I say I'm trying to stay on top of it, but it is an ever-changing thing. It was brought up, who serves on that is, we have, Martin County has a representative from all their governments and school board. Okeechobee had everybody from their government, but not a school board member there. And St. Lucie has a school board member there, and now we have a school board member there. So they asked us to create policy statements, and I was there, and the Martin County school board member was there. So I agreed to write it and have her edit it, and it went around. And basically, what you see in front of you is, she gave me their list of priorities, and they were right in line with our list of priorities. If you notice, this is just our list of priorities written as a policy statement. There's nothing on here that has been placed differently than our priorities, except for the mention of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission's recommendations, because those are ongoing conversation. There were a couple people on the committee when it was presented that wanted to tweak some things, and it wasn't tweaked much for this policy. But you got a copy of all the policies that were put forth. Basically, this is to send to our legislators to say, we're in line as a Treasure Coast Council local governments, we're in line with what the school boards are asking, basically. And then we have 3.1% unemployment this month, which is one of the lowest we've ever had in Indian River. We're still above, I think it was St. Lucie, but we're working to getting down there. And some of the things I was given were for, and I meant to hand you those, I'll get those to you, but they were about job force kind of opportunities for our students that are in maybe Treasure Coast Technical College, or some CTE programs that are being offered. For example, workforce, not workforce, that word's on my mind. Builders Association had something for construction, things like that.
Okay. All right, so that is the last item that we have on the agenda, and
Mrs. Zork, I have 2 committee reports quickly, if we have time.
are they on the agenda?
No, they are not on the agenda. We normally give committee reports during our discussion session, so if you'd like to hear my committee reports, I'm happy to share them now. If you'd like me to put them in email form and send them out to board members, I'm happy to do that as well.
Don't we also have that in the business meeting tonight?
I'm happy to share it tonight.
She's here
Also,
now.
or just tonight?
She's here now.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Zork. So I sat in for Mrs. Barenborg at the Executive Roundtable meeting, and it was great meeting. They talked about the Rail Trail 5K. I had discussed that. I had an idea to do kind of like a tadpole run to do for kids for the district. That's something where we could partner with another community enterprise. So this idea of a foundation, if we did a run first for the little kids and we were able to raise money, just some ideas about how we go into the community, and we're on Executive Roundtable. I help them with their Rail Trail 5K. To be honest, I'd like to be working on the superintendent's 5K, right? So, you can walk, or a talent show, sure, whatever. But anyway, so, that was something that they do to raise money, and it impacts many different people in Indian River County. So I'm just thankful for them. They do sponsor the Superintendent's Art Gallery. That's something we'll be working on. I will need lots of help with that if anyone would like to help. It's a little time intensive, but it's definitely worth it. The other meeting that I go to, I serve as our representative on the Metropolitan Planning Organization. And the Metropolitan Planning Organization has a meeting tomorrow, but I do want to let you know that the 45-day comment window for the public participation plan is open right now, and you can go to the MPO's website and you can give feedback there. And I just want to give a quick example as to why it's so important that the public be a part of this type of a process. In Fellsmere, public participation, public action, made a big difference with bike safety. So the community came together and recognized that they had an issue with bike safety at nighttime with pedestrians and non-motorized vehicles, with other vehicles on the road. And so the community came together, they worked with the Metropolitan Planning Organization, they gave out some safety information and some safety things to Fellsmere residents. Public participation in action, as Dr. Schiff often speaks of it, can really change things. And this is an opportunity, if you see something in your neighborhood or by a school, Mr. Teskey serves on the Citizen Advisory Committee, and we're able to give feedback like that to the MPO. So government is very close to us, and we're able to impact change if we choose to do so. So I look forward to my MPO meeting tomorrow, and I will give a committee update at our next meeting. Thank you so much.
Okay. Anyone else that has a committee update?
You
but
heard
didn't-
about all my committee meetings.
But didn't put it on? Okay. I'll save mine for next time. So at this time, we're going to adjourn at 4:04.